Let's go. Let's go.
Oh my God. Thanks, Blue. Your rating could easily be 1,000 if you just focused on not blundering. What do you think I'm doing? Oh, hello, Chess.com. Welcome to my very boring stream where I'm just last minute reviewing stuff before this amazing match against Tubbo. I'm really excited about it. Should be really fun. I'm gonna hydrate. Maybe we can do a few puzzles.
Jesus, there's more. Oh my god, this is insane. Oh, yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about. Woo!
Magic time.
We're in the game? Oh!
Final day of the group stages for PogChamps 3. My name is Alexandra, and I'm joined today by the one and only woman grandmaster, Chiyu Jo. Chiyu goes by Nemo, where she streams. Nemo, how pumped are you for today's games?
I am so excited. I mean, I've been following PogChamps. We all have been following PogChamps all the way up to now, and today is the final day of the group stage. It's going to decide what the placements are like as these players are going into either the championship bracket or the consolation bracket.
And speaking of these players, what makes PogChamps so special is the fact that we're bringing together some of the biggest creators. So let's take a quick look at them and introduce some of the players we have. Not all of these players are going to be playing today, but we are going to see the split off into the championship and the consolation bracket. So we got Pokimane, Rubius, Mr. Beast, XQC. I know you guys can read. Nemo, from the people on here, are there any who have had some kind of surprising results so far for you?
Honestly, I think everybody has been playing some really amazing chess. We've seen a lot of these streamers study both on stream, and we've also heard stories about them studying off stream. I definitely do think that all of them are putting a lot of effort, and we've seen some high quality chess as well. Do you have any favorites or anybody, you think is going to be popping off these days?
Well, I don't have any favorites yet, but I do think that Pokimane's play has been super impressive. The way she was able to go 2-0 versus Rubius yesterday. I know she was an underdog, and whenever somebody is lower rated and manages to get a perfect score, I'm always super impressed. So let's go and talk a little bit about the format. All of these players have been split into 4 groups of 4, and they've been playing a double round robin, which sounds a little bit hard to understand, but that just means that they play each other once with white and once with black, and then the winner of that just is the one who gets the more points overall. You get 3 points for a win outright, 2 for a win in Armageddon, which is part of the playoff, 1 for a loss in Armageddon just because you made it over, and 0 for losing both games. So you do not want to lose both games. Yeah.
And if you are a bit newer to the scene, Armageddon is just the tiebreak format, and it is a time where white has 5 minutes and black has 4 minutes, but black only needs to draw in order to claim the win.
Right. And speaking of the players that have been split into 4 groups, the top 2 in each group advances to the championship bracket, and the bottom 2 in that group are going to advance to the consolation bracket. And the bracket stage is single elimination. So let's look a little bit at the prizes. Nemo, do you want to do the rundown for these?
Yeah, I mean, the prize, we got a lot going on here. So the group stage did have, 16 players, and each group stage winner wins a $2,000 prize. Those are mostly decided already. However, I do believe that today the match between Ludwig and Moist will decide who the group stage winner is. However, both players have already qualified for the championship bracket. We do, in fact, know who is going into the championship bracket in each of the 4 groups. The winner of the championship bracket takes home $20,000. Second place, $12,000, and I'm sure all of you can read the rest. But of course, the consolation bracket prize pool is also huge. We have $32,000 total, and winner takes home $7,000.
And what matters, I think, even more is what we're doing with Chess.com's community outreach. I really love the fact that Chess.com is going to be matching up to $1,000 of the viewers' donations during the event. And the cool thing about this is that the participants are going to be able to pick which charity or nonprofit they want to give this donation to. And the way it's split up, you can see for the championship bracket, the winner will be able to pick 15% of whatever is raised. Here we have it estimated as $30,000 to the charity of their choice. And, even third to eighth place has around $10,000 to donate, which is huge. For the consolation bracket, as you guys can see, it's going to range between $20,000 to $10,000 if we hit those donation goals, which we're already at 15,000. Hopefully we can get it to 25,000 since it is the last day of the group stages. And we can tell you guys which charities the participants are going to give it to a little bit later. But first, let's take a quick look at the different groups that we were talking about. Nemo, do you want to start with Group A?
Yeah, so we all saw Benji score a very, very interesting, actually, 2-0 over Sardosh the other day. So Benji and Sardosh are going into the championship bracket, and Nico and Myth will be going to consolation. I'm not sure if you follow those games, but wow, those were some of the best games I've seen in PogChamps so far.
Yeah, Benji and Sardosh were playing some high-level chess. And I remember when I saw Benji tweeting about how he's Magnus Carlsen and how he loves chess. And he went up about 400 points over the course of not even a month. So he has been grinding so much. Of course, Sardosh and him went head-to-head, and he was able to get the win for Sardosh. But Nico has also been playing 200 points, at least higher than her play. And Myth is one of the newest players. So that's why he's been having, a little bit of a harder time in Group A. But in his defense, Benji, Fishy, and Sardosh are looking at like some of the strongest competitors in the tournament so far.
For sure. And just the amount of time that some of these players, not just in Group A, of course, in Group B, Group C, Group D. I've seen so many of these players spend so much time on stream and off stream as well. Just hearing the stories about how much effort they're putting in has been very, very heartwarming.
For sure. And in Group B, we have XQC. He was one of, the players who has participated in all three PogChamps together with Moist Critical and Ludwig, who are going to be playing later today. But as you can see, he's leading the pack with a perfect score. Pokimane has also been playing way above her level. Rubius has had, a hard start, but, hopefully he'll be able to improve. Do you want to talk a little bit about Group C as well before we go to the next slide?
Wilson has been, when Wilson first started, I think everybody was like, oh my God, he is super, super high rated. I'm glad to see that he is, proving to be playing at his rating. He is the leader of Group C, and Logic is second. So both of them will be going into the championship bracket. Michelle Khare has been putting in a lot of effort though. So today her match against Tubbo will be very exciting for sure.
All right, so let's just, go straight into the matchups that we have today. So the first one that is starting soon is going to be Tubbo versus Michelle. This is going to be super exciting. They have been doing pretty evenly in the tournament. Michelle was able to score one win against Rain Wilson in that famous game where he blundered his queen. So Michelle was happy to get that. But Tubbo is the favorite by rating. He's about 200 points higher rated than Michelle. Of course, that's not to count anybody out. Anything can happen. Nemo, do you have any predictions for this first match here?
Honestly, I was just tuning into Michelle's stream a little bit earlier, and she was VOD reviewing. Actually, she was looking over her past lessons, and I think she is very, very dedicated to trying to score this win over Tubbo. So I'm really excited to watch this. Honestly, I'm very excited.
For sure. And then later, we're going to have CodeMiko versus Mr. Beast. Both these players have had a little bit of a rough start. They haven't been able to score a point yet in their group. That being said, they have been in a group with Ludwig and Moist Critical, who are much more experienced. So I think that's fair. And I'm really excited to see how this matchup is going to go between the two of them. But I think the rematch everybody's really looking forward to is Moist Critical and Ludwig. You want to share a little bit about that, Nemo?
I mean, I'm sure you actually know more about it than I do, but I'm sure also anybody who has followed PogChamps previously does know that Moist and Ludwig have faced before. Now, which was it, a quarterfinal or was it?
It was actually in PogChamps 1, and they were going off for the consolation bracket championship title. It was Moist Critical versus Ludwig. They went 1-1, and Moist Critical ended up winning in the playoff. It was super exciting. You know, I think Ludwig cried for a little bit after that, but he is back better than ever, saluting Moist and, you know, ready to push back against his throbbing energy.
Of course, and how can we possibly forget the throbbing comment? But I am sure that Ludwig has been preparing a little bit against Moist. This will not be a deciding factor in terms of who goes into consolation or championship. Both are already qualified for the championship bracket, but there is a little bit of drama between the two, so we can see some very enlightening chess today.
Yeah, and I love the trash talk. I'm so looking forward to all of these matches, but that is the trash talk I'm most excited for. So
yeah, we will be making sure to tune into their streams to hear what they want to say about each other.
Absolutely. And speaking about social chess, we have a cool event coming up with Chess.com and Twitch Rivals. It is going to be a hand and brain. So this is the next Twitch Rivals. It's going to feature some of your favorite creators like Ludwig, Voyboy, yours truly, Botez Live, and Hikaru playing hand and brain. We are going to be competing for a piece of a $35,000 prize fund. So probably what like Ludwig makes in a day. And, it all takes place March 2nd at 1 p.m. Pacific time, twitch.tv/Twitch Rivals. Make sure you don't miss it. I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
Speaking of trash talking, I'm ready to be playing against you in that, Alex. I think our rematch is long overdue.
Yeah, I'm a little bit nervous. So, maybe we can talk a little bit about it off stream. We're going to go to a quick ad break, and then we are going to be back with game one.
Oh wait, I thought we were starting.
To do to prepare.
This is my preparing. Oh god.
Have you heard of this place? It's actually a really popular place in chess. It's called Castlemania.
No.
You're about to go there. You're
Am
about
I?
to go there.
I'm about to go to Castlemania.
Castlemania.
I honestly, I have zero clue what that is. You're gonna have to use less advanced words. You have to understand, I play Minecraft. I have to play...
I've never played Minecraft.
You're missing out on so much.
I think you have to teach me.
You want to learn to play Minecraft? Sure. We'll do it.
Yes. I'm
3
so
minutes until the games. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
They're doing their introduction.
Are we gonna bet anything on this match?
Do you want to bet? Do you want to do gifted? Do you want to bet gifted? We can bet gifted if you want.
Okay.
How many gifted are you thinking? 25, 50, 100?
Oh my gosh.
Maybe just 20.
Whatever you want to do.
Well, see, it's 2 games, and if we bet per game, that is 25. That's 50 in total for both games, and if there's 3, that's then 75, which stacks up pretty fast. So we can do 25 per game if you want.
Okay.
You really shouldn't have done this. I am an absolute ruthless person when there's a bet on the line. You could just ask Andrea.
I thought it was gonna be like, if I win, you teach me Minecraft. If you win, we do something like that.
Well, we went down very different routes. We went down very different routes. Oh no, I kind
of hope this goes into a tiebreaker.
Oh man.
So who are your coaches? You had Botez.
That was it.
Okay.
They clutched up. They taught me so many things, so many knowledges in my head. And also Ludwig told me like 3 tips. That is the extent of my training.
Well, Ludwig is pretty good.
I know.
He knows what he's doing.
The only training he gave me was castle as quick as possible and screw that one pawn. You don't need it.
Which pawn?
It's the pawn on the king's side that you don't worry much about.
Okay. I don't know what that means.
Is this copyrighted? Uh-oh. I might be about to be DMCA'd. What the hell is this? What is my autoplay?
I think I got DMCA'd because before my match with Logic, I was playing his music. But that was like a purposeful...
Oh, did you go head-to-head against Logic the rapper?
I did. And I lost both games. my God,
apparently
are we
it's not
starting?
DMCA. Oh, wait, are we? My thing hasn't changed.
Okay, mine hasn't either. I hate how it's just like suddenly, suddenly you're in the game.
Suddenly you're in, and then we got to start
I know,
distracting.
I hate it. There's no like countdown or like anything.
I have to know, my main I will just warn you, if you do want to go on Deafen, my main strategy when it comes to chess is to talk as much.
Welcome back to PogChamps 3, presented by GRIP6, which, speaking of, I was actually taking a look at some of their belts the other day, and I think I want to get the black female one with the knight belt buckle. It looks pretty cool. Have you seen those yet, Nemo?
Yes, I took a look. I mean, honestly, I love chess-themed items. I do think I need one of those.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody can't tell you're a chess player looking at you, then what's the point of it all, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, nothing says fashion like chess on the belt. You know what? This is why nobody sponsors me for fashion stuff. I'm wearing just a black t-shirt, so I'm going to stop digging my own grave. We are about to watch Tubbo versus Michelle. Nemo, what are you looking forward to this game?
I'm honestly looking forward to just, what Michelle is going to bring out, because she has been doing a lot of training with many coaches, I'm sure. I do think I've actually tuned into one of your training sessions with Michelle. She seems very dedicated to learning as much as she can about the game.
Yeah, I actually had the pleasure of doing some training sessions with Michelle and Tubbo, along with my sister Andrea and many other coaches, and they've been doing a ton of work on their own. But what I can say about Michelle is that she is willing to put in as much, effort as possible. Let me make sure that we have her game live here. There it is. Okay, cool. So we got Tubbo starting off with the white pieces, Michelle with the black pieces. She is starting off with the Sicilian. Do you like the system that she chose for beginners?
I think it is going to be, I feel like she's learned the moves, I not only is she playing the Sicilian, I'm sure she actually knows how to play the Sicilian too, because with just how much effort and practice she's put in, she's smiling. She seems to be, pretty confident with this opening. And D5, she's already taking a little bit of control in the center, and Tubbo is actually going to be, he's going to stop bopping his head. We saw him quite visibly cat jamming. Now he's going to pause a little bit.
I'd feel pretty uncomfortable if my opponent hit me with D5, threatened my bishop, and started smiling like that. I would have to get a hat or something to block the vision. And Tubbo did move his bishop away to B5. So he really likes going for these forks. I'm curious if we have knight E5 in the future for him to put even more pressure on that knight.
Sorry, did you say fork?
I meant pin. Thank you, Nemo, my lovely co-commentator.
No worries. I felt like I had to point that out.
Absolutely. Sorry, I meant putting pressure on that pin there. I was testing you, chat. No
worries, guys. We're just testing chat. We just wanted to make sure chat is paying attention.
So, as Nemo said, pinning the knight with the intention of knight E5. And Michelle goes for just grabbing that pawn on E4, which was a free pawn. That being said, she is making a weakness in her pawn structure, and she will have to deal with the tricky knight E5 if Tubbo sees it. Do you think she should be afraid of knight E5?
I don't think so. After knight E5, I mean, it is going to be a pin, but as long as Michelle is just developing normally with either bishop D7 or knight to E7, both moves are going to defend that knight.
Yeah. And I just love the energy she's bringing. Tubbo has his emotes all over his camera. Let's take a listen to Michelle. I think she's very pensive here.
Oh, she's playing the one minor piece that she should not be playing.
Right, Michelle, you do want to move your bishops, but maybe the other one. I think she has to notice first that the knight on F6 is under pressure, because she seems like she's preoccupied with the idea of pushing the knight off of E5 instead of defending her own piece.
Yeah. We discussed knight to E7 or bishop D7 as the two possibilities in order to defend the knight on C6, but it doesn't look like she has spotted that as a threat yet.
Yeah, and we can keep taking a look at her point of view, because it's really interesting to see her thought process. And now she is, moving the different pieces. So her knight has two squares it can go to, but it looks like she's looking towards F6. She's not going to defend the knight. This is really crucial.
No. Oh no. Now the more interesting question is actually, does Tubbo know he's threatening to take the knight?
I actually think Tubbo is really good at tactics, and we did an entire lesson that was just dedicated to pins. So I have full confidence that Tubbo sees it.
Oh wow. Okay, I'm excited to see this now. Oh, she's played Queen C7. All right.
Nice. She did see it. That's really impressive. So she's defending the knight on C6, maybe not with the optimal piece. We could come back to the camera so we could draw a couple arrows here. So she's defending the knight on C6 twice with the pawn on B7 and the queen. But Nemo, what's the problem if Tubbo ends up taking on C6?
Well, we do get double pawns, and that might be a pretty painful pawn structure. Honestly, Michelle already has a set of double pawns on the E file. Getting another set of double pawns would mean her pawn structure is quite potentially ruined for the rest of the game.
And how much do you think it matters having a ruined pawn structure when you're in the, sub 1,000 range?
I don't think it matters that much, but maybe it impacts like the future planning and stuff, like if you're trying to push up pawns and all of a sudden you can't really do anything, or if you're trying to move your pieces around and they're just pawns in the way, that might be a slight issue.
And I think we should take a look at Tubbo's stream, because he is looking at all of the options where his knight can move, which is actually pretty good for him to make sure that he doesn't overlook something.
So if I go there, that's put there. I move my bishop back, that's put there. I'm then stuck in a fork. So I don't want to do that. All right. I think there's going to be the spot for now.
Okay.
I think an interesting square for the knight.
I've not put many of my pieces
he didn't like
up
taking
yet,
on
which is
C6.
upsetting. I want to push that up. I do.
At least he sees the development plan
But
here,
I
which is
reckon
important.
I should probably just take that and get rid of both my
structure.
center pawns. I could push it up. See,
I am glad
threaten it
that
with
he
the
at least,
castle there.
moved the knight. It
Which
was
isn't a bad shout.
that's definitely
Okay,
at least
why was that
he has
move
not
done?
lost
Let's
a
ask
knight.
ourselves, why was
I'm
that
a little
move
bit
done?
worried about what his future plan will be.
Well, at least he
Okay,
sees the
so-
development.
Yes, at least.
All right. Well, so we're back on our screen here. He was talking about D3. The only problem, of course, is, as you're talking, he's going to fix her double pawns after E takes D3, and the bishop is going to have access to the entire diagonal, which is good, but he's going to be down a pawn.
Yeah, I mean, he is developing pretty well, at least. I mean, knight c3, very natural development.
I'm wondering if there's a chance that A6, he moves his bishop back. And, okay, well, Michelle didn't go for that, so I think it's okay. I'm just concerned if he retreats his bishop, he might end up getting it trapped on B3. That would be very dangerous. But Michelle seems more occupied with her idea of being able to castle here. What do you think of knight F6?
I like this move. I do. However, if Tubbo plays knight takes f6 after bishop takes f6, he will at least win the pawn back on e4. However, Tubbo already didn't want to take out f6, so I'm wondering maybe he just wants to preserve that knight.
Tubbo is, very caring towards pieces, and he doesn't want to trade any of them. It's the Tubbo method, and no, I'm kidding. I think he can see this tactic because he was afraid of something else earlier when he was trying to take on c6.
Yeah, I do think that this position is going to be pretty comfortable for white if he plays knight takes f6. Even if he doesn't, that is still a double pawn, and it's very difficult to protect double pawns, especially when one is pushed up so far already.
For sure. And what I like about double pawns is that it usually gives you a pretty clear plan to try to play something like rook e1 and put pressure on it. That being said, we've taught so many people in PogChamps that they need to prioritize developing their pieces. So I'm worried that he'll end up trading off one of his good pawns. Oh, and he plays rook e1. There you go.
That's a really good move. That's a really good move. It is a developing move. The knight on g4 is protected, so black does not want to play knight takes g4 because it actually helps bring out white's queen. And since Michelle is aiming to castle on the king side, you don't really want that happening. So this e-pawn might be taken back. However, Tubbo does need to be careful if he plays knight takes e4 and knight takes e4, rook takes e4. There is the potential of f5, which is a fork at the end of the line. And you don't want to lose a piece in this position.
Yeah, definitely not. I would love to listen in on Tubbo and see him think through. Oh, is he gonna see this
Yeah, I've run a
tactic?
pawn with
Oh
this.
no,
It'll put
poor
us back to
Tubbo.
level.
He's calculating one move ahead, which is a great start.
Just checking, Alex. You have taught him the difference between forks and pins, right?
However, I have
I
to be
have,
careful
Nemo,
because this
thank you for
pin
asking.
is now not there anymore.
I
Like,
take
this
full
piece here is
responsibility for any
literally just
mistakes,
no
so
longer
it's not
pinned.
Tubbo's fault.
Okay.
Okay, well, now maybe we should tune into Michelle, see if she's looking at knight takes c4 with the f5 idea. This is going to be really crucial. Oh, she sees it. Is she going to see it all the way through?
I think I have.
Oh, she's hovering the bishop. Hovering the rook now.
f5, and that's going to be up a full rook for Michelle if she sees it.
Oh no. She's going through every single piece though. That's the good news.
Yeah.
We might land on the F pawn.
Right, right. And after f5, I mean, you know, the game could still go either way. She will have a better position, but we've seen a lot of swings ups and down, a lot of ups and downs.
For sure. I mean, once again, both players are around, Michelle's almost 600, Tubbo's around 800. So definitely anything could happen in this game. Even losing the knight if Michelle does CF5 might not be the end of the game.
Well, she is hovering over her pawns. Okay, now she's on the H pawn. Well, if you are going to push a king pawn, it should be the pawn that's creating a fork. Ooh, okay,
no,
Tubbo has a
A6.
chance to recover. Is Tubbo going to see the f5 threat? We can come back to the main screen. If he sees f5 and he makes a move like rook e1, that would be great. I'd be a little bit concerned about a move like knight e3 because that would block his rook from coming back. But if he sees the fork and defends it, I think that's a big win for Tubbo here.
For sure. I'm a little bit worried that because he took on e4 in the first place and didn't see that fork, he might not see it now and just decide to play a move like d3, which is very natural, you know, just trying to develop the rest of his queen side. Yeah,
You're
just
right.
a little bit worried about the when you are a little bit newer to chess, you usually just think about your own ideas and not worry too much about what your opponent wants to play.
That's true, but at the same time, before he would have had to calculate 3 moves in advance. It is more simple when this is the position at hand, but if he tunnels, like you mentioned, then he's just going to miss his opponent's plan altogether. Ooh, and he pushes b3. Okay, so Michelle still has a chance for f5. This is a really important move for her to see.
Yeah.
And we're going to take a look at our screen, see what she's thinking here.
Ah, f6. That was so close.
Michelle.
Let's grow up. Let's grow up.
Okay, so, you know, and for everybody in the chat, remember when you're starting off chess, it is way easier to focus on your own plans. And it is hard to see some of these forks. So, you know, keep a reminder that everybody is learning, and let's keep some positivity in the Chess.com chat.
For sure. All right.
Tubbo,
so Tubbo is taking the
number 3, Tubbo.
All right.
What a roller coaster.
Don't play a move like F3.
Okay, I don't know what this was.
F5.
That was a bad idea.
No, she's playing fine. Oh.
Okay.
Okay. Third time.
You know what? I just don't think we're going to see F5.
Oh.
I don't think we're going to see it. Honestly, stacking on H6 looks pretty intimidating for Michelle. If Tubbo decides to take, he could get some kind of an attack. I don't know if it works, but it would be a fun game at least.
For sure. I honestly think that knight takes H6 might be the more accurate move here. Just because you are going to be really constricting the king.
Oh, okay. Let's listen back in on Michelle. So she said she needs to get the bishop out of there, which, why do you think she's going for that plan, Nemo?
4 minutes.
Oh, probably just wants to develop her pieces.
I know this looks ugly.
You know, her
I know
queen
this
is
is
already
not
on the
what I
diagonal.
practiced.
Oh no, she's
He goes
panicking
here.
a little bit. That's probably why she's going for b5. When beginners panic, they just push pawns.
Yeah. I think she's very well aware she needs to develop her light squared bishop. H5 would actually be a really good move just to stop the threat of knight takes h6. I think she's realizing that her king side is a little bit weak, so she might need to do something about it.
Right. I mean, it is Tubbo's turn to move here, and at least bishop b2 doesn't allow queen takes e4, which would have been a cool fork. Is she going to see f5 one more time? Chat, what do you think? Is she going to see it or not? Let us know.
Do we see f5? Do we see f5, guys?
I just want one of them to see it for their own chess progress. It would be awesome. And I know she's seeing f6. She just needs to think a little bit further.
If you said no and she plays f5, every single one of you have to use the prime sub.
Exactly. Use the prime on Chess.com. All right? Get your primers ready. Put your primes where your chat's at. Oh, so close.
Oh, one more move up, Bishop. Oh, that was so close.
Okay. So, you know, the little pawn that could and couldn't. It made it halfway there. Now it is Tubbo's turn to maybe have been notified by the fact that the pawn is a little bit closer to his rook and knight. He might see it now, but he is getting low on time. He's almost at 3 minutes. Do you think he's noticing that time difference, Nemo?
I do think so. I mean, both players are using a lot of time. It's only move 15, so they still have to play the rest of this middle game, potentially an end game as well. And the increment is only 5 seconds, so they will be going into a time scramble potentially very, very soon.
For sure. And let's say that Tubbo doesn't see f5. Let's pretend it didn't exist because, you know, that's what's been happening so far in the game. We're just going to roll with it. Another idea that he would have to have, I guess, is to just develop his queen and his rook. This is what we think of usually as the basics. Otherwise, it's a hard position to play because it's so closed off. Michelle is going to struggle with that bishop on c8. So he is doing, oh no, he blundered a rook. I was going to say he's doing the principles, but they're not good here.
Oh no. Now the question is, does Michelle see either f5 or queen takes e4?
Right.
f5 is possible, is up for grabs for the fifth move? Half the game?
Yeah. But you know, sometimes when you have
Oh, she plays it. Oh, but here queen c3 is actually a move that's really good. I just don't. Ooh. Oh.
Okay.
All right, Tubbo, you gotta think of queen
right.
c3 like
what can
Nemo
I do
said.
here? Oh, okay. I can move my horse there and threaten the queen. So then the queen has to move, and then I can sacrifice my horse. Then I can. Damn it! No, I moved my queen. I now can't get the check. Ah.
What check did he want?
That's a good question. The other problem is if he plays 95, the rook on e4 is hanging, but that's hard to see. I do like the fact that he saw 95 at least. It's a good idea.
Wait a minute.
He sees that.
Let's
if I
go,
were to do
young
that,
Tubbo!
they move that pawn. I take that pawn, it's mate. So then they wouldn't take...
Young Tubbo with the comeback.
Perfect.
I'm so happy that your tactics coaching paid off.
No. I get no credit. Tubbo has been grinding and he has not gotten enough credit for how much work he's done. He started off, you know, around 500. He's made so much progress in a month. He's even listened to a chess podcast. Okay, Tubbo has been training. Sometimes it doesn't show up with moves like f5, but you see queen c3, you see that sprinkle in his eyes, and this is where, you know, Tubbo shines.
Yeah, Tubbo is definitely, you know, he's popping off with this tactic because queen c3 is a hard find. He immediately, you know, both of his pieces are attacked. It's not that natural to just let both of them be left hanging and just go for his own plan with queen c3 threatening checkmate on g7. And the benefit of queen c3 actually is it moves the queen out of the d file. And as Alex has pointed out previously, queen takes e4 was a threat. Now that is no longer a threat.
For sure. And if we take a look at Michelle's stream, she's actually seeing the checkmates. She arrowed bishop f6 and rook d4. So what's important here is that she saw it. She's also up on time compared to Tubbo. So she can try to fight off his attack. She has good chances.
No, that's still...
No, don't move your king.
Not the king. That doesn't help.
Shoot!
Unfortunately. I think a hard move for people to find is bishop f8. I think a lot of newer players struggle a little bit with moving their pieces backwards. Like, they're very good at moving them forwards, but moving them backwards is a little bit more difficult.
I need to move quickly.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Boom. Boom, boom, boom.
Bishop to f6 is not that great because as
This
Michelle's
is the
pointed out
only
with her
thing I
arrows.
think I can do.
I mean, bishop f8, if she sees this, you know, I am going to be so impressed if she sees that backward move.
But backward moves are so difficult. They're so difficult.
What we did try to teach people who we worked with is look at every option first before picking one, but it's so hard to do in an actual game when you're down to 2 minutes. Tubbo's almost equalized on the clock.
Wow, I mean, it's 17 moves. Both players have already used 8 minutes. Both players are obviously thinking a lot. I do have faith in Michelle, though. I do have faith. There's not
I
a
feel
lot of
so
ways
stuck.
to protect that pawn. If she can see bishop f6,
I literally have
she
I
has
have
to
no idea what to
consider
do.
the other places the bishop can go to.
Oh my god.
She is trying to consider all her options right now. I mean, she has arrowed e4, bishop f6, rook d4, king h7. She's just missing the most important one. And that's so hard when you only have one move that's correct.
Literally every version of this I don't
Yeah.
think ends well.
Bishop f6, unfortunately, it is not that great. Just because after pawn takes, queen takes f6, there are still a lot of mate threats with queen to g7. You know, it's not really helping the situation.
Okay. I need to move.
This is such
I
a
feel
nasty
like-
threat. Oh, and Tubbo takes
I
it
have
right
to do
away.
this,
Kid Tubbo does not
but
stand
that
a second
doesn't
thinking. He
feel-
takes it. Oh my gosh.
Correct.
All right, knight takes f6. Oh no. Do you think it's better to take the knight or try to
my
run
God.
here if you're trying to survive?
I think if she's going to go for a stalling tactic, king h8 is probably better. But at this point, she might as well take the knight and hope she can... Oh, okay, so she has gone for the stalling tactic. However, she is down a piece as of the moment, and Tubbo can choose to just move the knight away.
Yeah, maybe we should take a look at Tubbo. Let's see what he's thinking since he finally has the upper hand in this game. He has to be a little bit careful though because his knight is under attack.
Don't be scared.
I think he's giving himself a pep talk, but Tubbo, you don't have that much time.
You mean you haven't ever tried karaoke during a chess game?
I should probably save this
when
piece.
I'm down, although yeah, sometimes. You're right, Nemo. Tubbo vibing. Oh, Nemo. So I think he's gonna move his rook. Do you think Michelle has catch-up chances now?
Even if Michelle takes the knight now, there's still queen takes
I'm
f6,
gonna
and
get
that's
this
still a very
one
uncomfortable
back.
position for White's king. And you have to keep in mind, after you take back the knight, it's only equal material. So White is very, very much better here. We can see the eval bar going straight up. Very painful position for Black to play, especially with only 30 seconds left on the clock.
Tubbo is having a dance party. He is happy. The kid has energy. Also, I like calling him Kid Tubbo because his chat jokes about it, and he also calls Logic Streamer Logic. So for people who are curious, Rook D4. That's a great attempt here to trade off queens and to be able to take the knight on F6. Michelle is really hanging on here. She only has 20 seconds, but Tubbo, you know, if he dances a little bit more, might run out of time.
Michelle is finding some really good defenses. However, Tubbo has played rook takes c5. That's a very, very good move. Just keeping up the attack, putting the threat on the d4 rook.
Oh,
The queen's under
13
attack.
seconds. Okay, she moved. I was a little bit worried for her time. Oh my God, Tubbo is playing so quickly. He is trying to make her feel the clock.
Yeah, and I definitely feel the clock. Watching that timer tick, oh my God, that is stressful.
Okay, chat, please don't yup clock after that because it'll sound very bizarre. Oh no, Michelle is blundering her pieces.
Oh, no. This is not very good. Tubbo is up a lot of material now. Up a rook, a knight, and a bishop. He can play rook c7 here, actually, to hold the knight and not lose a and he sees it. Wow. You must have given him a great intro lesson to tactics. Alex.
You know what? No, it has nothing to do with the coaching. Everybody knows that the coaching helps a little bit, but it's what the student does. And Andrea has been working with him. He's been playing with all of his Minecraft friends. Tubbo has been grinding and he's seeing the tactics because he himself has put in the work and he deserves all of the credit. So let's get some love for Tubbo playing fantastically this end game. Even after missing f5, he found queen c3, and it's all coming together.
Yeah, I mean, it's never really about the one who makes the first mistake, but rather about the one who makes the last mistake, right? Like, if you're the last one to make that mistake, well, then unfortunately, everything's going to start falling apart.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? Tubbo is very happy, and Michelle was also very happy at the start of the game. Oh my gosh, okay, it is check, and the rook on e1 is protected, but if he moves his knight or something like that, okay, no. There's always that last trick, right? It's never over till it's over.
Yeah, for sure. He has
stalemate.
jumped out of his chair too. I'm just like watching him. He's done a whole workout over there.
Oh my gosh, this is really impressive. You know, I love
There's still made
the
ideas. There's
energy
still made
here.
ideas. So
Yep.
it's never over until it's over, guys.
So if she's trying to get a stalemate here, she should try to go for something like f4.
Ooh.
Yes. Oh my gosh. If he pushes g4 or he takes. Okay, so now she has h4 and h5. These are the two squares. He has stalemated once this event though.
Oh no.
h5. If she pushes h5 next move, that would be incredible to try and trick Tubbo.
I do want to mention, instead of playing g takes f4, there was actually checkmate in one with rook to a5. Oh, he's going for it. Awesome. Wow. All right, there is checkmating two with rook g5 and rook takes h6. There's one stalemating move here. That would be if Tubbo plays bishop to d8. Hopefully he does not.
Yep, and holds that square. That's the one way Tubbo can draw. I don't think he's going to play it. It'd be really cute if he plays h4, forces the king to take, and then checkmates. But we're not, going for aesthetics. We just want to see some clean results.
He can play anything, and black's just in Zug's one. And then, all right.
Yep, there you go. Beautiful. Yeah, you're right. Anything is a win here.
Anything except that one bishop to a move.
Except that one. Yeah, of course. Tubbo, there's maiden one.
All right, and the first game is taken by Tubbo in this match. Played very, very well by Tubbo with the quick.
I'm so sorry. I felt so bad.
Are they talking to each other? Maybe we can take a quick conversation before we go to break.
I was dancing in my room during the proceeds. I'm so sorry.
You did such a great job.
Oh,
man, I messed it up right from the beginning.
Well, you know what? That was an awesome game from them both. I thought Michelle played the opening extremely well. She did end up with that really tricky queen c3 that just kind of made her position fall apart. But we will be back very soon. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back to PogChamps 3, brought to you by GRIP6.
Oh my god, the adrenaline.
It's so stressful.
Oh my god. Oh my god, my heart is moving at like 1,000 miles an hour. All right, on to game 2. Thank you for upping my rating, by the way. I appreciate it. I had no idea these games were rated.
Yeah, I guess they are.
Oh my god. How long till the next one?
I think it starts in just a few minutes.
Oh god. I blundered. What did I blunder?
Well, I definitely did.
They're saying my blunder is a move. I saw this move, but I didn't think it was a good one. In the flash. Wow, that was really intense. Holy crap, GG.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's probably one of the craziest games of chess I've ever played, I'll be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
It was exciting.
Yeah, that's for sure. I'm trying to see, because there was a point where I was really, really losing. And the computer told me I was really, really losing at this point also. Oh! I've just seen something. I blundered my castle halfway through. Did you see it? Oh, wait, no. Oh, wait, no, I didn't. Oh, no, I'm an idiot. Wait, the computer just thinks I did. Wait, now I'm confused. Okay, now I really am confused.
Spin the wheel, take a chance. Every journey starts a new romance.
Wait, are we? Is it?
Oh, wait, is it starting?
I don't know.
Okay,
I heard that
you
noise.
panicked me.
I was like,
You
what's the
panicked
noise?
me.
To the cast, you know that any captain needs a crew. Jump with me, grab coins with me, oh yeah. Come
I
on,
saw you at the end trying to protect the pawn with the king. Oh, man.
I had nothing else to do. I was trying to run down your time.
I know, I could tell. You were stressing me out because I got in a position like this last time against Logic the Rapper and I stalemated. In Minecraft terms, as my friends put it, I got comboed by a guy with a wooden sword. Man, man, I had full iron armor and he comboed me with a wooden sword. Dude, that was, oh my god, that was crazy. Thank you so much, Lady Moonlight, for another 5 gifted. I really appreciate it. How far are we away from the goal? We are so close to the sub goal for the unboxing stream tomorrow, chat. So if you would do me a solid, tomorrow, I'm going to try to get up at like 6 p.m., maybe 7. We're going to be unboxing all of the streams that we got. So tomorrow, chat, 7 p.m. GMT, we are going to be unboxing a butt ton of packages that you bought about 2 weeks ago on Amazon. It's going to be exciting. Be there. Notifications. You know the drill. Tick them on. If it's only for the one stream, you know. I don't want to spam your phone with notifications. I do stream every day. That is insane. Right, we're playing black next time, which is our kind of weaker half, so I want to be careful.
Welcome back to PogChamps 3 presented by GRIP6. If you guys have been enjoying the matches, you can check out chess.com/play/computer to try your best against the computer versions of some of the top creators and participants of PogChamps. With that being said, let's get back to it. We are going to go into game 2 of Michelle versus Tubbo. Nemo, what do you think Michelle's comeback chances are?
I do think she has very, very good chances. Unfortunately, in the last game that we just saw, you know, she came out of the opening feeling a little bit cramped and feeling a little bit worse. And she just didn't spot F5. She has spotted F5. That game could have totally gone in the opposite direction, but she will be with the white pieces this time. Let's see if she picks an opening that perhaps suits a more active play style a little bit more.
For sure. She does have the white pieces and anything can happen. Michelle was able to come back in the second game versus Rain Wilson. And just a reminder to everybody, today is the last day in the group stage, but both Tubbo and Michelle will be playing in the consolation bracket. So this is more of a kind of a practice game for them, but it will also impact their pairings in the consolation bracket. So they do want to get their best score regardless. Not to mention they were in a really tough group because Rain Wilson has been playing since, you know, middle school chess club, and Logic has been training every single day. I heard from, you know, some rumors.
Whoa, we have some very, very serious chess players here, and we do have kickoff for the second game, so Michelle does need to win this game in order to make it to the playoffs of this match.
Absolutely. And I'd like to just kindly remind chatters that people who, you know, put down others, it's more of a reflection of themselves than of the person. So let's be nice to all of the participants. And we got Michelle starting off with a London system. Who taught her this, Nemo?
Is it possibly Andrea?
I don't know. Andrea maybe, but I Michelle has had a ton of coaches, and so I'm guessing somebody else taught her because we only worked on some tactics.
It's definitely not me. I do not advocate for people playing the London. I am a big fan of E4 first move, but the London is a very good opening for newer players, for beginners.
Nemo hating on the London because it is too powerful.
What
okay?
else is new? What else is new? I think I've said this so many times. Every single time somebody asks me, "What do you think about the London?" It's at this point I've chosen the best political response, which is it's a good opening.
I actually think Michelle is playing so quickly that she must have had something prepared. It reminds me a little bit of Fusli and Erob in the first PogChamps when Hikaru prepared Fusli and she was able to checkmate him on h7 after castling queenside. Maybe that's not what she's going for here, since her bishop is on d3 for right now. But the fact that she's able to play these moves quickly and confidently is what I like about the London system for beginners.
Yeah, the ideas are very simple. You put your bishop, dark square bishop on f4. When your opponent plays bishop to d6, you want to drop it back to g3. And you always go for this bishop to d3, knight to f3 setup. You play c3 later, and your ideas are very simple. You just want to play towards the king side, where black's king is pretty much forced to castle unless Tubbo has decided he wants to maybe play a long castling line, which I actually had helped, I believe, Fusli prepare the first ever PogChamps.
She played it. She
right.
played bishop g3. Michelle is, well, okay, first of all, Michelle is so talented in so many things. Looking at her,
YouTube channel, her Wikipedia.
But she played bishop g3. You can tell she prepared this. And this is a move that beginners would only ever see if they worked on it beforehand.
If any of you are looking to pick up a new opening, in case you have a tournament, in 5 minutes, I do actually recommend the London.
In 5 minutes, Nemo?
Yeah, in 5 minutes. If you got to run to a tournament right after this commentary, you can learn from this game because both players are playing pretty much what top level grandmasters would play in London too. The opening is simple for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very symmetrical position. If we have a knight c3 at some point, it's just black playing down a tempo. Tubbo moves rook e8 very quickly. So a common idea in these positions is to try to push e5 at some point, but you have to be very careful with the timing.
For sure. One of the ideas here for Tubbo could actually be to exchange the bishops on g3 and then push e5 right after. Just opening up the or it could go for e5 straight away, which is also really good.
Right. And Michelle has to be careful here because if e4 is allowed, she's going to end up losing one of her pieces. And this is going to be a fork. Did I say that correctly, Nemo?
Yeah, we have stumbled upon the correct words for chess terms.
Nemo is teaching us all, the players, the commentators, the chat. We're very lucky we have her here.
Yeah.
Let's maybe take a listen to Michelle and see what she's thinking here, because it could be a critical position.
Here. Yes.
All right. She saw it. Nice job, Michelle.
Oh no, the rook. Damn it.
Okay.
Oh God. Oh, but I have a pawn.
Wait,
I don't know.
She's worrying a little bit about that, but I think maybe she just hasn't realized that it's just going to be a straight exchange either way. She doesn't lose any material.
Yeah, and after bishop takes, rook takes, I mean, it's going to be an even position. Tubbo has his pawn a little bit more advanced, but he also has his rook in the center, which could be a strength or a weakness depending on how they play it.
I mean, whenever I see a rook in the middle of the board, I just get a little bit worried because it could be attacked quite easily. Luckily, there are no forks in this position. There is no f4 fork. There's no knight this time on g5. However, I wonder what Tubbo's plan upcoming will be, as well as Michelle's, because now it is no longer the stereotypical kind of London position where you're able to just launch a kingside attack. So Michelle does have to adapt a little bit.
Tubbo played g6, which does weaken his dark squares by his king, and that is a little bit concerning, but I like that he had a plan. I mean, I guess bishop f5 is going to be double supported now. That being said, G6 wasn't entirely necessary, but it's going to be very hard for Michelle to take full advantage of it.
Actually, a very interesting idea following G6 could be depending on if Tubbo.
Michelle saw knight f3. That's
Wow.
awesome.
Yeah, that is a great move.
Yeah, can you explain what's going to happen here?
Well, if Tubbo moves the rook, which he presumably has to, there might be bishop takes f5 and that removes the pawn structure. However, there is bishop to g4 right now for black, which is probably the best move here. It's just a very difficult move to see.
Right, so let's take a listen on Tubbo and see if he's going to go for bishop g4 here. He's thinking, he's focused. You can tell that he always does tone it down a little bit during these tense positions. Obviously, he's a fantastic content creator, so he makes it entertaining. But here is the moment to focus. So let's see what he's got.
I don't want to be spending too much time thinking.
Okay, he's worried about his time.
That has
he
blocked
was
that
getting
queen
close
check,
last
though.
game.
You know what? It'd be very, very... Oh my god, I can pin it. I can pin it.
Ooh.
I can pin the horse to the queen.
Oh my god!
Tubbo is a god!
Wait, what the heck?
Bishop g4!
What?
Let's do that. Yeah, that's a much better move.
Okay,
By pinning this horse to the queen.
Tubbo is... I'm gonna nominate him. If there were nominations in chess for titles, I would nominate him for a FIDE Master title right now because Bishop G4 is a very difficult move to find. Usually when your pieces are attacked, the first reaction is to just move them, but Bishop to G4 is a very, very strong move.
For sure. And I mean, again, Michelle has been playing this very well too. She saw the idea of attacking the rook and she's not actually in trouble here, but it's so uncomfortable to have one of your pieces pinned. So I wonder what she's going to try to do to remove the tension. I do like h3. I think it's one of the moves that you always like to do. But if bishop h5, oh, she didn't play it. She just developed her pieces. That's also fine because she can take back with the queen. All right. Well, you know what? I said nothing. This is great. This is great.
Yeah. I mean, both players are playing very solid. You know, it's one of those positions where there's not a lot of really insane tactics happening on the board as long as nobody blunders or straight up drops a piece. It's quite difficult in this position to create some sort of attack.
Yeah, I mean, it would be cool to see Tubbo try something like knight e4, baiting Michelle into taking with a pawn to put pressure on the knight. Then, of course, there's complications where you could trade off the queen. So still interesting. Maybe Tubbo will remember to just try to develop his queen and bring his rook into the game. What would you be impressed with to see?
That's a very difficult question because in these situations, like what kind of plan are you going for? What do you want to do? Quite honestly, I think for Michelle, she should be trying to get rid of the pin as soon as she can. It's not a very comfortable pin. She could play bishop e2 or she could play h3. Both are very possible and quite probably try to put some pressure on the d pawn at some point, maybe push e4. But these are all plans very, very far in the future. It's actually quite difficult in this position to play individual moves, you know, because there's nothing clear that you can attack. Oh, knight to e4. Okay.
So the only difficulty with this move is that after the queens get traded, Tubbo needs to be careful to not accidentally blunder his rook because it will no longer be pinned.
Yeah, for sure. Just got to be a little bit careful here about taking that knight. You definitely don't want to. And also, I just think that Michelle probably won't because she values the bishops more than knight. It's still a fairly open position. As we know, bishops are better than knights in open positions. However, that knight will be a little bit annoying in the future.
Well, let's take a look at her stream because she is arrowing c4.
Going crazy, but
and she plays it.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Kind of weird decision. What do you think, Nemo?
I like the idea of it. It's definitely a great way to undermine the center, and that's actually what you should be trying to do. It's just possibly the wrong execution because now after bishop takes f3, queen takes f3, there is rook to f5, and
let's go back to our board so we can show the variation Nemo's giving.
Yeah. It is very difficult to see though. But Tubbo has played some incredible moves so far, so I won't even like. He has the possibility of seeing it fully. C6 has been played. Definitely a much more solid choice than Bishop takes F3. Much more natural.
Yeah, I think this is good. He's creating a pawn chain. He saw the threat. He's responding. He still has his knight in the center that he will actually have to take with the rook after, which might be a little bit tricky to see. So I think there's a good chance that if Michel decides to take his knight, if Tubbo plays d takes e4 too quickly, okay.
Oh, wait.
That's going to cause some problems here. Why is this changing the evaluation bar so quickly?
Well, Tubbo
my
plays
God.
Bishop takes F3 immediately.
Is he gonna see bringing in his queen and his rook to just kind of go for a checkmate attack here?
I do think after Bishop takes F3, you can't even take on F3 because after G takes F3, Queen to G5, your only move is King F1, and there will be Knight to D2, which actually forks the Queen. So, and if you go King to H1, of course, there's Knight takes F2, which is checkmate. So this is a very rough position for Michel to be in. And Tubbo is just going for the attack so naturally. Like he thought for like half a second on Bishop takes F3.
And the thing about this tactic is it's obviously a long variation to see, but they're very natural moves. So if Michel decides to recapture, bringing in your queen for a check is very tempting. And then it'll be up to Tubbo to see once the king moves if he sees that knight tactic. I'm curious. Oh my gosh, let's go to Tubbo's screen. He does see Queen G5. Tubbo tactics champ, you guys.
He has not been skipping his daily puzzles.
Off the rails.
No, he has not.
Time to raise ourselves. It's freedom like you never
Or
knew.
is singing. Tubbo is popping off. You
In
guys.
a flash,
He's
you could
enjoying
say
himself.
my hat is off to you.
Tubbo has a nice voice.
I think he has a future on not
See, the
just
thing is, if
PogChamps,
they
but
don't
also,
take
you
that
know,
piece-
in Britain's Got Talent.
Ooh, so she
Okay,
just
that was
gave
just a
away
mistake.
her piece, but Tubbo played too quickly. Even though this still
No,
wins.
damn it!
Yeah,
I should
it's
have
still
taken that. I
perfectly
got too
winning
trigger
because after
happy.
he takes F3, which he
Son
plays.
of a...
Okay, so let's see if Tubbo's still
Damn
gonna
it,
go
I
for the
got
Queen
too
G5
trigger
idea
happy.
because I mean he's still totally winning here. It's
Damn
not
it,
checkmate
dude.
anymore because the king can escape to F1 and Rook D1, but
Damn
it's
it.
very close.
Whoa.
I could have
I
had
do
mate,
hope he
and I
realizes
screwed
very
it up.
quickly that he doesn't need to beat himself up over that move. It was still perfectly fine.
Ah!
Oh no. Okay, Tubbo has made in two. Tubbo, stop beating yourself up. Okay, you guys, if he plays Queen G5, Queen G2.
Oh.
Okay, let's actually, I want to go back to Tubbo. I want to see if he realizes it's made in one. He was so busy being upset. Are we going to see this?
Oh. It's been played.
He got upset and then he just slurped his drink. No reaction. Oh, there it is.
There! He didn't even realize it's checkmate!
That was brutal.
Oh,
That was brutal. I'm so... Oh my god, that was so brutal. I'm so sorry.
No! You did awesome! Oh my gosh!
apologizing for
I
winning.
swear, I've
see
never
that.
I've
This
never
stupid
played
pawn.
chess like this before. I swear. This is a first for me.
Great job.
Like, you did great though, by the way. Like, seriously. I was really thinking. Like...
They're so wholesome, Nemo.
They're so wholesome for sure.
Aw.
Tubbo didn't even realize it was checkmate. He was just sitting there for a moment, like, oh, what happened? The game's over? You know?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we're going to bring both of those two players on. We'll be back very shortly to interview Tubbo and Michel. Until then, enjoy the scenes that we have for you with all of the participants.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, is she over there?
I'm playing chess and they're playing checkers. I fucking can't, bro. Bonk, 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 bonk. Alright, chat, what gun? What the gun? Bonk, 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 bonk. Sheriff? Oh, I am so trash with the sheriff. You have no idea. You have no idea. You actually have no idea. It's bad. It's really bad. The fuck is that? The fuck are these smokes? The fuck is that? Goodbye. Listen. Come on, bro. You could just let me have it. Oh, let's go. Okay, that was actually nice.
Behind. Oh.
30 seconds left.
That's lame. I'm so bad with this gun, bro. Okay, just pause and shoot. Let's go, we gotta kill him.
Last player standing.
Oh, this freaking.
Hello, Pokey. I've been a really big fan, but you bullying these iron players is really just too far. You've lost a fan. Just kidding, stunt on these hoes.
That's the kind of energy we love to fucking see. Okay, should I just practice the sheriff? You think? I was carrying your mom last night. Is that even a... I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying, man. Is he in here? Are you in here? Are you in here? Go get him. Are you in here? He's not even in here.
We are back. We're joined by Michelle and Tubbo. Both of you played extremely well. Tubbo, congratulations for being able to get this win. We're going to ask you guys a little bit more about your emotions, but we just wanted to show you a very important part in the first game. Michelle, kudos to you for being the first between the two of you to find the fork on F5, attacking the rook and the knight. That had been there for a while, and you found it. We were all super proud.
Thank you. I wish I'd found it a few moves earlier.
You know, that would have been more helpful. And what we really liked is Tubbo found this crazy move, Queen C3, where he's threatening to checkmate you. And we were looking in and we saw that you were looking at all of the options to defend it. There was just one thing that would have saved it, and that was Bishop F8, a retreating move to defend. That was so hard to see. I just wanted to bring this up because it was the only move that would have saved you. And I don't want you to feel bad because you played an incredible first game.
Thank you.
Nemo, do you have anything you wanted to add there?
Yeah, just those retreating bishop moves are very, very difficult to find. So definitely something to keep in mind. But both of you guys played amazing. I was very impressed by Queen C3. It's not a very natural move. So Tubbo, actually, what was your thought process behind playing Queen C3?
My thought process was like, uh-oh, I don't want to lose these two pieces. What can I do? Panic. And I thought that, oh, I've got a checkmate. So I guess I'll use that to try to save the castle. Or at least like, Maybe two
If
of
you
them.
checkmate your opponent, you can't lose your pieces.
Exactly. That was my train of thought.
That is true. And Tubbo, you were so energized. You were singing, you were dancing, you were bopping. Is this a secret? Does this help your chess or what was going on there?
You just putting on a show. I don't know.
And we could transition just to the camera scene. We just wanted to show you this piece of chess. We're not going to chess it too hard. Michelle,
Okay.
also, you have probably one of the craziest resumes of anyone here. I mean, you were a professional athlete. You went to
Not
Ivy League
chess.
school, you did YouTube. You're an actress. How does studying chess compare to all of the other challenges you've done?
It's so much harder.
No.
It's so much harder. I mean, it's amazing. Like everyone prepared so differently for this and everyone prepared so well. I know Tubbo says he doesn't know an opening, but clearly he knows what he's doing to some degree. Or there's some secrets in the steel drum. I don't know what's going on there. But
Yes.
yeah, it's really, really hard. I mean, you can prepare so much and then show up and then forget everything or remember nothing. I mean, like it's very stressful. So much kudos to you guys for doing this professionally, and Tubbo, who is obviously on his way to doing it professionally.
Tubbo, when are you going to announce your play for World Championship title?
Well, first off, I don't even know what that is, so it'll be a little bit.
Well, so both of you will be playing in the consolation bracket. And again, a lot of the people who made it to the championship bracket have been playing chess for longer than you two. So you're going to be able to battle it out. Do you guys have any different strategies going into that? Maybe let's start with Tubbo.
Don't panic, Tubbo! Don't panic! Strategies. I like my pins. That is the thing we did in like the last lesson. It's the only thing I've managed to retain. So I'm using the pins.
The pins. Okay, Tubbo, that
That's
sounds good. What about you, Michelle? Anything you think you're going to change with your approach towards the consolation pairings?
Yeah, I'm gonna order an ukulele and a steel drum because
Yes!
that's clearly
Oh
what
my
I'm
god!
missing.
Literally yesterday, I ordered a acoustic electro baritone ukulele. You should get one.
Okay, I'm gonna get one.
Oh, well, Tubbo,
It's an acoustic ukulele, but you can hook it up to an amp, but it's baritone. And it's
Why?
Yeah, I think Tubbo maybe gets hell. I feel like Tubbo's energy that he gets from all of his instruments and his surroundings really go into his chess, as you could see. But the interesting thing was Tubbo was about to checkmate in the last game, and you were panicking, Tubbo. What was going on? Why were you beating yourself up?
Because I was annoyed because I saw the strategy. I'm like, okay, if they take the horse, I can get an easy checkmate, boys. And they took the horse, but then I took back, and I'm like, brain, come on, man. Come on, don't be doing that to me.
You said you were a little bit trigger happy. You were beating yourself up, but you also checkmated Michelle in the next move. So, and then you were just paused there for a moment. So we were like, we're guessing you didn't see the checkmate.
What checkmate? Wait. Which one? The one where the horse was taken? Because I'm pretty sure I saw that one.
No, it was the last.
No, the one I
game.
did in the end. Oh,
Yeah.
No,
With
I didn't see that for a second. I forgot the pawns have the diagonal jabs. So I was, yeah. I thought that was an escape route. The jabs. Well,
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, Tubbo, Michelle, you guys were both such good sports and you played some really good games. The positions today were very close. So we were commentating and it felt very tough, but we do wish both of you the best of luck in the consolation bracket.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Good luck.
Well, let's then take a look at the upcoming match. Next up, we have CodeMiko versus Mr. Beast. That's going to be super exciting to watch because they've both been in a really difficult group. So they are both going to the consolation bracket, but whoever wins is going to get a slightly better pairing. Nemo, is there anything you want to add to that?
I mean, I honestly have no idea. Do you know who has been coaching Mr. Beast? I know Hikaru has given him a lesson.
And I know Levy also gave him a lesson and he put it on his YouTube and on his Twitter if people want to see. So those are the only two I know have been able to coach him so far.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely very busy with a lot of the work he does. Of course, we're all familiar with Mr. Beast, and CodeMiko is very, very entertaining as well. This will be a quite interesting match.
Yeah, man. Mr. Beast is a legend, and CodeMiko is up and coming. She is so creative. She is killing it as a VTuber. My sister did a lesson with her. She was moaning the entire time, but it was for content. So, you know, we never
Sorry,
know
what?
Let's run to ads. Let's run.
Okay, all right.
I'm just kidding.
Ad break.
Yeah. Well, on a serious note, we do want to take a moment to thank one of our sponsors, Guayaki, for supporting PogChamps as they're celebrating 25 years of regenerative yerba mate. They're sharing cases to celebrate. So spam the Guayaki emote in the chat for your chance to win. Do it right now. Just do it right now. Spam the emote, spam it, and we will be right back after the break to start the next match.
Blades right now, though. I love you 100% more since you love XQC. Yeah, big fan of XQC. I mean, he's done so much for chess. Just amazing. How are we playing 1146? Because I was giving odds at the start of the game. So the odds in this game was that I started the... Oh gosh. Am I getting queen odds here? What? I'm gonna go here. I gotta stop knight f4. Maybe I'd f3 too. I thought an assassin was only if it's checked. Right, true. Okay. Wait. Guess I'll go here, try to hit the pawn. Yeah, my queen is in prison, exactly. Just take. Although, my queen is no longer in prison. Knight c7 trapped it. But now I'm gonna hit this. I think this is very bad. I think I go here because I gotta stop all the power jumps from the horse. This is so dangerous. Go here, maybe try to break it. I don't know if this works. Do I eat Arby's? I have not had Arby's in a very, very long time. I think I go here. I'm trying to okay, but he blunders because now I can take the juicer. Let's take. Now I have two towers of power, but because I can win this one, I'm just up 2 pawns. So it's a very weird structure. This is like the candle, right? This is like the candelabra or whatever. Let's go here. It's like this. The structure looks like some kind of candle, right? Isn't this the candle or the thingy that holds the candle? The chandelier. I don't know what you call it. Let's go knight f3 here. Let's just take the pawn. I mean, isn't this like the candle holder or whatever? I mean, I know that sounds ridiculous, but isn't this like the candle holder, right? Or am I wrong? And then you have the candle in the middle. Go knight f3. Candelabra. Okay. Yeah, whatever. It's whatever. It's all English. Let's go here and take. I want to win this game without getting rid of my.
Introducing the GRIP6 belt, the only belt on the market with the no gut pinch guarantee. The GRIP6 is so light and thin that you'll barely even notice it's there. Its smooth, low-profile design makes this belt the most comfortable belt in the world. Overly confident much? You're damn right. Because on top of being the most comfortable belt in the universe, each GRIP6 belt comes with our A3 guarantee, meaning if you don't like any belt for any reason at any time or in any condition, you can just contact us and we'll give you a full refund.
Just a reminder to everybody that you can use code PogChamps20 for 20% off any of their products. Go to GRIP6.com/PogChamps to see their belts, wallets, and wool socks, all made in the USA and backed with a lifetime guarantee. And yeah, even the socks have a lifetime guarantee, which is insane. I go through socks so quickly. I need to get myself some of these. So visit go.chess.com/grip6. Also, a reminder to everybody about the very cool community outreach Chess.com is doing. They are matching up to $100,000 of donations during this event. We are almost at our goal of 25,000, which would make us on track to help get these donation goal completed. It's the last day of the group stage. So if you guys are feeling generous and you want to support some good causes, let's tell you a little bit about where this money would be going. Each content creator has picked their favorite charity depending on how well they do. That is going to impact the amount they are donating. So Nemo, do you want to talk a little bit about these charities?
Yeah, I mean, we have seen a lot of these charities that we already do know, and also some charities that are a little bit more based locally, such as, for example, Stone Pillow in the UK for Tubbo, who we just saw play. Some of the players, of course, are still going to announce, but Nico announced it for UNICEF. Lots of amazing, things that they're doing over there as well.
Yeah, and Sardosh's charity in particular, the to his bank account, the TBA. No, we're kidding. Everybody's going to be donating it, so don't worry. These are all some really impressive charities. So whoever wins, it's going to be distributed well. Well, let's take a look at the upcoming matches today. As we mentioned, we are about to see CodeMiko versus Mr. Beast, and then we're going to see Moist Critical versus Ludwig. So stay tuned throughout the stream because we have so many. Oh my gosh, Nemo, we just got it at 1,003 donation.
Thank you very, very much to Ede. Thank you so much for the huge donation. On behalf of us, the participants, everybody.
Yeah, and those are a great list of charities. So thank you so much. You are getting us closer to the 25,000 mark. With that note, we are going to be waiting for the game between CodeMiko and Mr. Beast to start. And Nemo, so both of them have scored 0 points so far. Mr. Beast has gotten closer. He actually had a really good match against Ludwig and against Moist Critical. CodeMiko joked that she was happy at least she didn't lose in 6 moves when she played Moist
I felt
Critical.
so bad when that happened. Oh,
yeah.
It's always rough to lose, but I think it's even more rough to lose in lesser moves, even though it's always the same result. There's just something about the game taking a little bit longer that makes us feel a little bit better.
No, you're right. So Mr. Beast, we know that he's been doing some coaching with Levy and Hikaru. Levy last time had prepared him for the Scandinavian, and it was pretty entertaining because they also put $10,000 on the line when he was playing Ludwig. I don't think he put anything on the line with CodeMiko, but I'm sure that both players are still going to be doing their best.
Oh, wow. Okay, I didn't even know that happened, but I love hearing these stories about the little side bets that go on with their games.
Honestly, and the games have started. We have CodeMiko with the white pieces versus Mr. Beast with the black, and he's playing yet another Scandinavian. Honestly, the video that Gotham Chess put on his YouTube explaining the preparation was very well done. If any of you guys want to see what happens before these games.
Speaking of gambling, the predictions are open on Chess.com twitch.tv/chess. So if you want to go vote for who is going to win, make sure you're putting your points to good use.
All right. And CodeMiko plays d4. So what Mr. B studied with Levy was the line right after knight c3. And he was sharing how most beginner players would play queen d8, but he taught Mr. Beast the queen a5 line. I wonder how he's going to reply now that, he's going to play it anyway. If CodeMiko had opening preparation, she could try to take advantage of this.
Mm-hmm. However, I don't think she has prepared specifically against the Scandinavian. However, the queen coming out so early is always something I'm like a little bit scared.
Oh, I think we have Mr. Beast's audio. Let's listen to what he's saying.
Which side do we plan on castling?
I think I'm not going crazy. We do both hear voices, right?
Yeah, we hear voices.
We'll just throw out.
Wait, is he talking to
just throw out this guy.
Mika or
why not? The feeling she's probably going to bring
I think
that pawn down. I'll probably have
he's
to
just
retreat
explaining
my
his
queen.
plan.
Okay.
No biggie. We're just gonna not use up too much time in the beginning. I do that every game. We're just gonna take it slow. She's probably.
All right. Okay, so CodeMiko plays knight a3. She is putting her knight to the side, which is not great, but she couldn't put it on c3 since it was blocked. So I'm happy to see her developing her pieces so far. And I remember in his training, he was taught to castle queenside, but he could really go for any side castle here.
Yeah, I mean, Miko's development will be a little bit slow now that her knight is on a3. However, I'm actually interested to see how both players will be developing.
And we are taking a look at her stream. And it's really cool. You can see what people are typing in her chat because it's on her shirt in a area where
okay, Alex. Moving on. I just saw you take a drink of yerba mate over there.
I needed the yerba after that, okay? This guayaki is just too good.
Wait, you got yerba mate? Wait, where's my yerba mate?
No, I just bought some. It's very tasty. Don't worry. So Bishop b5, she's developing her pieces. That is nice. She's putting Mr. Beast in a pin here. And the difficulty is that he's going to be a little bit careful with his queen on a5. Do you think there's any risk that he gets it trapped?
I do think there is a slight risk. However, there is always the b6 square, and that b6 square is very difficult for white to potentially attack. However, I do like Miko drawing those arrows, just showing where she wants to develop her pieces. I like the way she's naturally thinking we're potentially going to see an attack on that c6 knight.
Right. I mean, I'm actually very impressed with CodeMiko's play. She's not even saying anything, which is pretty cool because that means that the technician who is actually, no, of course, it's CodeMiko. The VTubers are real. No, the technician who's playing is so focused that usually she's talking nonstop. She is innovating. She's making content. But right now she's super focused. And I really respect how both players are handling this so far.
Oh no, Alex, how could you leak that?
You guys, you know what? Santa Claus isn't real. A lot of parents get divorced. It's over 50% now. And yes, there's a technician. Okay, ruined everyone's day. Let's continue.
All right, well, back to the chess. Mr. Beast does not like that bishop on b5, so he is going to be kicking away. I wonder if Miko will take on c6. I think, that would be a logical move, but also more crucially, b4 would be a really, really good move here. After queen to b6, then we just drop the bishop back to a4, and that queen, even though it's not trapped, okay, well, that did not happen, unfortunately, but the queen could have potentially been in a very unfortunate position.
It is difficult, though, when one of your pieces is under attack to attack another one. So I think all things considered, bishop c4 is still a pretty good decision. She is putting pressure on f7, so maybe if she gets her knight on f3, she could try to double down on that. And what would you like to see from Mr. Beast here?
Honestly, I think he should be playing maybe e6. E6 looks like a pretty natural move, but once again, it's just this development whenever your queen is out so early, it becomes quite unnatural, and it's just not the easiest opening for beginners to play if you're not following theory, and we're already out of theory. So it'll be quite interesting to see how he develops the rest of his pieces.
And now I'm going to get canceled for being a Santa denier, but you know what? That's fine, chat. That's fine. We're here for the chess. And I think CodeMiko's actually explaining her thought process. So let's see what she's saying here. Or it looked like her mouth was moving. I was wrong about that. So we'll just go back to what Nemo was explaining. Trying to see e6 here from Mr. Beast to develop. What about b5? Do you think that's something he might be tempted to play to try to kick the bishop out of there?
I do think so, but bishop e6 is not the move I would have, not the developing move I would have liked to see. After bishop takes e6, f takes e6, you will have double pawns right in front of your king, which makes developing your dark squared bishop very, very difficult. Oh, and now she plays b4. Okay.
That's actually interesting because if she pushes Mr. Beast's queen to b6 and then takes the bishop, her knight can come to c4, and it's not trapping the queen, but at least it's a little bit annoying, and she's being able to reactivate her knight.
Mm-hmm. If the queen, I mean, a better move than queen b6 right now would be queen to f5, just making sure Mr. Beast doesn't get the double pawns on the e file. However, it is a bit of an awkward spot to move your queen. Like, you know, that queen has already moved so many times. At this point, you're probably just like, I really want to just get my queen somewhere where it doesn't get attacked again. So this will be interesting to see where he moves his queen. He only has 5 minutes left. CodeMiko has 8 minutes. So the time usage here is also a little bit unbalanced.
I mean, this is a great start for CodeMiko as the underdog, even just looking at rating wise and the results of the previous game. So she's having a super strong start, but I wonder what's going to happen once she moves out of the opening and the plans start becoming a little bit more difficult, because we do know that I think why Mr. Beast also put his bishop on e6 might be to go castle queenside. Oh, and he sees it. Nice job.
Wow.
Nice job.
That is one very good move.
Yeah, I'm impressed. He's seeing all of your moves. You're kind of like a psychic here, Nemo. This is great. What do you predict next? Let's see.
I honestly think it's less of me being a psychic. Mr. Beast is playing some incredible chess right now. He is going to be holding this bishop. Bishop takes c4 would be very natural. You do need to somehow get that dark sword bishop out. If you move that bishop from e6 away, you can play e6 and then bishop to e7, then get castled. We're just trying to complete our development at this point.
For sure. So hopefully we'll see bishop take c4. I guess the knight on f3 isn't really at threat of playing something like knight h4 because there's queen g4, but he could also be concerned about that. And I mean, the bishop is also defended. So he's not actually at any risk of tactics here. So he does have to move faster.
Yeah, just a little bit faster would be great. He is half the time of Miko's. I would hate to see him, you know, get into some time trouble with only 5 seconds increment. It is going to be very difficult to be making accurate moves, especially when you're playing a Scandinavian, where, you know, things are very complex because your queen is in the middle of the board. There's checks, there's tactics everywhere. You're not castled yet. Lots of interesting things could happen.
Right. And that kind of goes back to the point where I know he learned this for preparation. And if his opponents play into it, it's really helpful. But if they don't and they deviate even a little bit, it's such a tricky opening for beginners because you're doing the one thing coaches always tell people to slow down with, which is bringing your queen up in the opening. And he queensides castles. Okay, this is what we were expecting because we know it's what he learned. What do you think would be the most likely good move CodeMiko can go for here?
I think just a normal castling move would be just short castle here would be great. Long castling is not bad. We're just trying to get developed, but I do think that with CodeMiko's pawns already pushed up to like b4, you know, we're going to see some potential queenside attack happening. So we do see short castle. This is very good.
And
Natural
now she's going to bring her knight into c4. So her pieces are more active than Black's. She also has her pawns more forward towards Black's king. And Mr. Beast hasn't yet pushed the pawns that would be a threat towards her king side, not to mention the bishop on f8, which is still not developed yet. e6 is still a natural move, but there's not a ton of good places for him to put his bishop.
Yeah, it's not a very comfortable position for Black to play. If you do play e6, I think a4 and b5 is going to come straight in. However, e6 is probably one of the more natural moves Black can make because you just really do need to get that bishop developed. You need to get your pieces developed. The rooks still aren't connected. It's very difficult to start pushing pawns because g5 just gets taken by the knight on f3. So a little bit difficult right now for Black to make moves.
3 minutes. Oh man, this is going to be so hard. And he pushed the pawns on the wrong side of the board. You don't want to push the pawns where your king is at. You want to push on g5, but as Nemo was saying, it looks really hard because, you know, it's under attack, whereas b5 attacks the knight. So these are the kinds of moves that come intuitively to beginners because you have a threat, but long term, they're going to hurt your strategy.
Yeah, once you get, you know, that pawn to b5, you're just opening up your king side. You might think, but am I stopping White's pawn push? The answer is not really, because after 93 or 95, which is also really, really good, you do have this pawn breakthrough with a4, and the rook is actually on the a file, pretty much aimed right at Black's king.
Okay, but how is CodeMiko playing so well? Knight e5 here? That is great. She put her knight towards the center. She is playing quickly.
Oh, no!
That commentators curse, Botez gambit, it happens. And Mr. Beast took it right away. So
Oh, what? God damn it. I did not see that. Sorry. Oops. It's okay, guys.
It's okay, CodeMiko.
It's okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry.
It's okay.
Well, Nemo, I'm not cursed, am I? I said it was great right as that happened.
I mean, you do plenty of Botez gambits yourself, which is why, you know, losing the queen is named after you. So, maybe like master, like student.
You know what? Let's change the subject. Serious question for you. Mr. Beast now up a ton of material, but he's down a ton of time. What would you give his chances of pulling off a win here?
I think that it's very difficult to mess this position up as long as he doesn't, you know, give the queen right back, and just ends up developing his pieces. So CodeMiko actually does have a rook for the queen. It is not a queen, a clean queen. There's still 2 rooks on the board for white. Black's rook is still on h8. So technically, Mr. Beast has to get that rook into play before we can even consider this extra queen as an advantage, you know. But in the long run, it's going to be very difficult. Now, white doesn't have much of an attack. If we just don't see Mr. Beast lose his queen,
I do think
be a win for him.
That was a great point that you brought up. It's not just the pieces off the board, it's the pieces on the board and the fact that these pieces aren't developed. I was going to say, CodeMiko also has to develop her bishop and maybe try to double up on the D file, but instead she's also pushing her kingside pawn. So H4 is not going to do her any favors here.
Yeah, this is kind of one of those positions where you sort of need to turtle, just try to play the best game you can. Whenever you're down material, honestly, you never know. Your opponent might actually make a blunder, especially with Mr. Beast only has 1 minute on the clock. This is a time when your flagging instinct should come up, right? Like you start making threats. Alex has that smile on her face. I see it. Alex is like, yep. Even though she does a lot of Botez gambits, she's still able to sometimes flag her opponents. And
look, giving a queen up for nothing or very little and then flagging your opponent is an art, one of the most delicate arts there is. Okay, there's no more beautiful way to win a game than to give your most valuable piece and still win by a dirty trick.
Exactly. And I do think CodeMiko has very good chances to do that as long as she uses all her pieces. I actually do see some interesting ideas here for her. Maybe she could play bishop to e3, rook to d2, then rook to d1. Oh, and she's played bishop e3.
Nice.
Doubling the rooks on the d file and just, you know, going for black's king, which is still not totally safe, would be a pretty good play here, just to give Mr. Beast something to think about when he only has a minute on the clock.
And if Mr. Beast is tempted to take on e5, knight takes, queen takes, you would have had bishop d4. I didn't even get the chance to show it because he is speeding up. So he made that move a lot faster, only in 17 seconds. Whereas for his other moves, he's been taking a lot longer. So it's good to see him picking up the pace here.
Yeah, I think he does realize he's going to run a little low on time. And as a reminder, with only a 5 seconds increment, that is pretty much only enough to not lose on the clock. It's not quite enough to be able to, you know, build up your time and try to come up with some really, really deep moves. However, we do see Mr. Beast playing a lot faster right now.
Although now CodeMiko has some tactics, because if he recaptures with his bishop, there is this pin going on. The bishop cannot move or the queen is going to be captured. What do you think of f4, especially with Mr. Beast being low on time here?
I think f4 would be a very interesting move. However, interesting enough, play after f6 and f takes e5. There's queen to e4, which forks the bishop and the rook. However, once again, tactics, 50 seconds on the clock. Who knows what can happen? Pieces might start flying. Anything could happen.
This is bullet chess where the points and tactics don't matter and time goes, okay? It's like, whose line is it anyway? If anybody is old enough to remember that show, please let me know in the chat.
This is the time where I would pop a boomer Alex joke, but I feel like you're already being attacked enough today, so I'll let you go.
You know what, Nemo? You're like 3 years younger, so you're gonna catch up. You're like a mini boomer if I'm a boomer. Okay?
This is true. I'm halfway there.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Beast takes the pawn on c3 and drops his queen. Botez gambit, too powerful. Let's go. Yes.
I'm so glad that you got the chance to commentate on this game because it is the Botez gambit special. I mean, if there's any better way to like describe a game in one word or two words rather, it's the Botez gambit. We see the queen given back. If CodeMiko plays, rook takes.
But CodeMiko has to see it. So let's see what she's arrowing. I don't think she's talking because she's thinking.
I don't like that.
Oh no, 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 not rook d8. Not rook d8.
No.
And then I eat
It's good that she's calculating. She has time, and Mr. Beast needs to think on her time as well.
Unless there's like
She doesn't see it. Uh-oh.
bishop here.
Uh-oh.
But
all right, chat. Do you think she's gonna see it? Spam yes or no. I want to see what you guys are thinking. Yes or no. Let me know what you think.
Wait.
Oh no. A lot of no's. All right. If she proves you guys wrong, you know what you have to give us.
If I go here, he eats this.
You gotta deny Santa. You have to
And
become a
then
Santa denier if she sees it. I'm
I eat
corrupting you
this,
all.
And then he eats that. And then I go here. And then if this eats this, then because then I can eat my both that, and then I could eat this, and then check. Right?
She's going full Hikaru with the arrows, except for the arrow she needs.
I'm gonna try.
At some point, that arrow has to land. I have faith.
You know, sometimes you gotta be a Ludwig before you're a Hikaru. Just go for one arrow.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try
Oh no!
it.
Where is she hovering over the? Ah! Why does she want rook d8?
Oh shit! Fuck! No! Misclick! Damn it! God damn it! Misclick! Misclick! Fuck! No! Misclick! That's so unfair!
God! Let's go. Let's go back on the full screen because Mr. Beast well, I guess we missed it, but he gave a sigh. He looked so relieved. He did. I'm just gonna reenact what he did. Maybe not that dramatic, but you get what I mean. Oh no! And now the bishop is gone. Now it's all going downhill.
Oh no! If Miko had actually misclicked one more square, over, she would have gotten it correct. But unfortunately, she misclicked the wrong square.
But she should keep fighting because Mr. Beast, 28 seconds on the clock. Oh man, it appears there's a goblin infestation in my house. I hear the goblin.
Is your sister running all over the place?
Yes, she is. It's a very tough situation that I've been living in. First the storm, then the goblin. What do you think the chances that CodeMiko saves this? Is there anything?
I don't think it's anything, but never say never. I mean, Sir Dash was playing the other day and he was 2 moves away from checkmate and he just blundered his queen. So at this point, I've learned never say never.
A lot of queen gambits in this tournament. Finally, a tournament at my level.
Yes, a tournament perfect for you.
Exactly. Chess.com, when am I getting the invite, eh?
Yeah. What is the invite for Alex?
Yeah, come on, man. Okay, well, let's see Mr. Beast. I want to see his technique because this is also very telling. I like that he's just going for the clean promotion because it doesn't take a lot of time. So this is very, very clean.
Yeah, he's just going to go straight for the second queen. He still has 7 pawns on the board, by the way. So technically, if you wanted, he could promote the rest of those pawns too, and then get 8 queens. However, I don't think Mr. Beast would do that. That is, however, something I would love to do in a bullet game at some point.
I mean, he could do it and then name his next YouTube title like, I have 7 pawns, but I donate them all to CodeMiko. That would be a fun one.
Yeah, definitely. Just do it for content, right?
Exactly. I mean, he's a content brain. I'd love to see it. Okay, I want to see him finish off with the ladder. He has so many checkmates here.
Yeah, just there's not even a chance for stalemate because white still has the G pawn.
Right. Well, I will say it was very impressive how he kept his cool throughout the game. And even though he was really low on time, he was still calculating and he didn't seem nervous at all.
Yeah, I think, he's successfully ladder checkmated. His rating is now 700 exact. He's definitely played a pretty good game apart from the one queen blunder, apart from the one Botez gambit, which was declined.
You know what? There was 2 Botez gambits this game. That makes me happy enough. But also, CodeMiko played really well. She did accidentally give up her queen, but she almost got it back. Her opening was great. Mr. Beast did fantastic with the time pressure. So I think these players are really warming up for the consolation stage.
Definitely.
Well, you guys, we will be right back with PogChamps brought to you by GRIP6. We'll return in a few minutes.
Tables are open, gamblers. Gamblers, tables are open. Dude, Tommy Innit had 400,000 viewers and his internet cut out and he lost 100,000 viewers. Imagine losing 100,000 viewers. Couldn't be me. 100K dropped, left. They hated it that much. It's embarrassing. Losing 100,000 viewers. Yikes, dude. Better luck next year, though. Better luck next year. He'll be fine. I'm super nervous for my match versus Charlie. I'm actually incredibly nervous. Especially, this is why I'm mostly nervous. He's not streaming right now. What is he up to? What is he scheming? That son of a bitch? Is he practicing? I'm so nervous, dude. I feel like he's going to whip some shit out on me. The problem, too, is if I lose, I have to play El Duito. Oh, I'm not a... Maybe, is this dumb? Chad, is this dumb? Is it dumb to not play a chess game the day you have a chess match? Because I'm afraid I'll play really good in my chess games in practice, and then I won't have it for the day of in the game. I have a theory that I can only play 5 good chess games a day. And then I run out of brain. I'm good for 5, though. I can do 5. But I cannot do it like a 6th. Then I'm out. I'm out. Hess said don't do it. If Hess says don't do it, I'm all in. Hess, I'm going to make a shirt for Championships bracket that just says Hess's bitch. And every time I win, I just rip open the shirt right above it. Pop off. Let's go. It's like Charlie's Angels, but Hess's bitches. And it's just me. We are not making as much of the box office. I want you to know that. But still, you are my inspiration here. Do puzzles? No, I'm not even going to do puzzles. I'm just going to leave my mind. Just let it absorb all the... Actually, all I'm doing right now is just watching really terrible chess from Mr. Beast and CodeMiko. Not that it's that much worse than my chess, but that is my prep. My prep is watching CodeMiko blunder her queen and then fail to capture a queen. So I think I'm fucked. I think I'm fucked. I'll keep it a buck. Look, we'll just try our best at the end of the day, you know? Play casually. We don't need to win PogChamps 3. We can win PogChamps 5. Okay? Every other. That's all we need. It's okay. I'll be fine. I'm a chess commentator anyway. That's my fallback. See, what I've been doing over this past week isn't studying the game of chess, isn't practicing. I've been coming up with a list of excuses in case I lose. That way I can just go through it and then I will not feel bad because the list of excuses will be so enormous that people will be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. It is true that he's a chess commentator, so he probably doesn't care. You do the Jake Paul. You know what Jake Paul did? After all the hate he got, and Logan Paul did the same thing, all they did was get really ripped and flex that they are strong physically and have a lot of money. Because at that point, you're like, all right, yeah, I guess, man, that's right. I don't have the rip part. I'm fat. But, you know, think about it. Think about it. That's all they did. To avoid all criticism, they just go, I'm stronger and I have money. It's Oonga Boonga. They went caveman times.
We are back with PogChamps 3, presented by GRIP6. You can get really cool belts from them and support chess at the same time. Fashion, supporting chess, what more could you ask for, right?
And also socks that, you know, all my socks have holes in them. I don't know if it applies to you, but at this point, I just straight up never wear socks when I'm indoors because, like, every single, yeah, I just get so many holes. So these are life insured. So you know what?
No, that's amazing. I always lose my socks and then I either steal them from my sister or my dad. But maybe if I got these, I wouldn't lose them because at least I can't rip them. And sometimes, you know, when you get a hole and when you like your big finger goes out and it has a little bit of air and then you kind of wish it for the rest of your fingers.
Mm-hmm.
No, okay. The second game that has started. So, Mr. Beast versus CodeMiko. Mr. Beast is the favorite to win, and he has the white pieces. But CodeMiko played very well, minus the queen blunder and the misclick in the first game.
That misclick was so sad because if she had just misclicked a little bit more, she would have actually gotten the queen. That was very unfortunate. But we are going to the... What is?
Since Ludwig is watching and he's trying to get tips, Ludwig, don't do this so that you don't lose to Moist Critical again. You're welcome.
Yeah. I'm not sure about E5. I have to be 100% honest. Is this anything you might have looked at with CodeMiko?
No, I think my sister is the one who, well, my sister's the one who did a lesson. She may have done other lessons as well, but we're covering more tactics and some basics because CodeMiko is one of the newest players. So again, she's really new to the game and she knows the basics of putting your pawns in the center, but she's missing some of the mechanics, which remind her to double check. So I think that's why she missed it.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely...
Hashtag Andrea's fault.
We're shifting the blame is what I'm understanding here. But, you know, actually, this E5 move could be considered a gambit, you know? You're just giving up that one pawn now, bishop takes c3, b takes c3, and then you can just bring your knight to c6 and attack that e4 pawn, which is going to be actually quite difficult for white to defend. So CodeMiko can definitely... come back from this, and she does see knight c6, which would lead her to be able to capture the pawn next move, but her bishop is hanging and she needs to worry about that first.
Right, so her bishop, she can take on c3, which, ooh, okay, well, the problem with this is that she's going to give up another pawn. If Mr. Beast takes the bishop, she captures the knight, which is good that she doesn't lose a full piece, but then b takes c3, he gobbles up yet another pawn, and then if the queens are traded, well, at least neither of them can blunder it, but that will be a better endgame for Mr. B.
Yeah, I love that line. If you don't have a queen, you can't blunder it.
Exactly.
Maybe this is something that you need to learn, Alex. Just go for the queen trade right out of the opening. If you don't have one, can't blunder it.
You know what, Nemo? I actually think that's a roast, but also some good advice. I should just start trading off my queen, which, speaking of, this is a small move order thing, but Mr. B should take on d8 first with check, and he does it.
Wow.
Ooh, that is impressive because now CodeMiko cannot castle, and he can recapture.
This is definitely the way to go. I mean, he still retains his castling rights after b takes c3. Mr. Beast will be in fact up 2 pawns. So.
Yeah. I was going to say, sorry, I got so excited. Apologies for cutting you off there, but you can't be so good at content and chess. You know, you got to leave some for the rest of us here. This is a beautiful start so far.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing amazing.
Well, in terms of Black's position here, she is down 2 pawns. What advice do you give beginners when they're down material in the opening?
Honestly, it's to just not lose any more material, but this sounds extremely forehead. But honestly, the best advice is if you're already down material, try to not lose more material.
Wow, Nemo, you should write a book on that. Your advice is fantastic. Just don't lose.
No worries. Have you tried the just win strategy?
I mean, I guess I've been playing chess wrong my entire life.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're not losing, then you're probably winning. So try to win. But like, honestly, I think CodeMiko's going for that idea. She just developed her piece and she's going to go for the c2 pawn. That is going to be 1 pawn back.
Do you think she's going to take it?
That is actually a very good question. She might have played bishop at 5 without. Oh, she does. Yes. There we go.
Nice.
1 pawn back.
Okay, so she's back 1 pawn. Also, Mr. Beast can't check her on d1, so maybe she'll have time to put her king on a better square, because the problem is if she gets in check and puts her king on c8, she might lock in her rook, and then she'll be playing without a rook for part of the game, not just down a pawn.
Yeah. And we do have to remember that last time both players were a little bit slow with their development. So, oh, she's developing very fast this time.
You know, I feel like CodeMiko and Mr. Beast could learn from each other. Mr. Beast played a little bit too slowly the first game and CodeMiko a little bit too quickly. If they could level it out, you know.
Yeah, if they pulled the time together, it would be perfect. Yep.
Mr. Miko, what a merge that would be. Can you imagine Mr. Beast's head on CodeMiko's body?
I don't want to. Why, Alex? Just why?
You're right. So she is attacking the pawn on. I mean, she could do it. She is a VTuber. Just throwing it out there.
That's true. The collab we never asked for, but
Code
it could
Beast.
happen.
Code Beast is actually such a bad name.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Good
Okay.
catch there. Yeah.
Thank you. So Mr. Beast probably has to protect his pawn on b4. One good move for him would be bishop c3, because if he pushes his pawn to b5, one thing you want to be careful with is overextending your pawns.
Wait, that's another pawn back for CodeMiko if she does take it.
Uh-oh.
Oh, and wait. What happened the first game? That was just a warm-up game. I think if CodeMiko played like 10 more games after today, she's gonna be like at least 1500 level. She's just taking everything now.
The AI is learning. They're rapidly adapting. Hide, everybody, hide.
Pretty much, exactly.
Oh God. All right. So the tricky thing now is if she ever moves her bishop, she's also going to have this fork threat. I mean, Mr. Beast obviously still has the better position, but the fact that he's given back 2 pawns makes me a little bit concerned.
Yeah, the good news is no queens on the board means no Botez gambit. So the only other piece that I'd be really worried about White losing here would be the rook, but I do hope that White will be developing really soon with maybe e3 or g3, just trying to get that light square bishop out. And don't forget, Mr. Beast can still castle. CodeMiko has lost the rights to castling since her king has moved already. But after g3, bishop g2, short castle, we will no longer have the threat. Oh, okay, this works too. We're just trying to, you know, not lose an exchange to knight c2.
Right. And oh, don't take. He has to be really careful. He cannot take the bishop here. How is CodeMiko playing so quickly? And my second question, why is she playing so quickly? Because, or maybe she plays better when she thinks for longer. I remember the one time she didn't see the tactic last game of taking the free queen was when she thought for a minute and a bit.
Yes. Maybe she's playing super fast. I mean, I don't think knight takes c2 is really something that, you know, Mr. Beast wants to do, because after knight takes c2, then there will be the fork, not the pin, the fork.
Thank you, Nemo. Noted
yeah.
again. Don't lose.
Yeah, don't lose. But the don't win strategy is something that we might have seen some players use as well. But the don't lose strategy is definitely the one that I want to get out there.
Yeah, I'd like to apologize in advance for anybody who has been coached by me. If you lose, it is always my fault and not yours. So what should Mr. Beast do here instead of knight takes c2?
I think knight b5 is probably the most logical. Actually, if your knight just goes back to f3, that is going to be a bit of a annoying position for White to play already. So you'll see, for example, just CodeMiko potentially playing knight e7, playing king to c7, bring the rook out. Mr. Beast's king is stuck in the middle of the board, so he does need to play a little bit more actively. I do hope to see knight b5 just attacking that a7 pawn. And then putting the knight to d6, where you block the open file, you know.
This is a great plan, and Mr. Beast is taking his time here. I would normally be very nervous, but I saw how well he handled the time pressure in the game before. And if anything, the fact that he didn't play quickly when his knight was under attack and just gobble up c2 is, I think, a very good sign, because we've seen many players speed up and blunder.
Yeah, he is looking a little bit concerned here. I do actually wonder, like, where does he think his knight should go? Because sometimes it's actually difficult for newer players. Oh,
no! Ooh, that one is a little bit painful. Maybe okay, so he calculated this and it seems like he's okay with it. I'm not sure why. but he still has decent chances if he can develop his pieces. Anything could happen. Anything could happen.
Anything could happen, I think, is the correct way to go about this. I mean, right now, the material is in CodeMiko's favor. We can see the bar is mostly going to be dark, so we're favoring CodeMiko. What?
I'm sorry, dude. I'm getting attacked by gremlins everywhere. Gremlin, come wave.
I have bad news.
You have bad news?
Oh yes. This week just keeps getting better and better, buddy.
Oh, Nemo, I've been so tense. We had a snowstorm, the gremlin. At least we have these amazing games. Okay, you know what? I love chess. It's so nice to be able to look at chess and distract yourself from the difficulties of real life. So his bishop is under attack here. He was able to get a pawn back. And at this point, the problem is he still doesn't have any passed pawns, whereas CodeMiko has the entire A pawn. A5.
Yeah. And, you know, 2 rooks in this fairly open position is going to be strong. However, we do have to remember Mr. Beast does actually have the pair of bishops. If his light squared bishop ever moves during this game, we're 17 and moves in. Mr. Beast only has a dark squared bishop developed or even moved at this point. I don't even know what it is accurate to say about this endgame. It's most definitely an endgame, but none of the pieces have moved yet. So I do hope for a G3 really soon and a bishop G2 and maybe just trying to bring those pieces out. Because once again, if your pieces are not participating on the board, do you really have them?
I don't think so, which is why we got the queens off early, so we don't really have them here. And, ooh, B5. So that's just a free pawn. But I think CodeMiko's instincts of pushing the pawns toward the queen side of the board is the correct strategy. It was just the wrong pawn. It was like, pick any pawn. One's good, one's bad.
Yeah, one's good, one's bad.
Like, nobody's taking the pawns. Why is nobody taking the pawns?
Why? Whoa! Oh my god, this game! I don't understand this game.
Look, Nemo, it is too high level for us to understand. These are genius content creators at play. So that's what's going on here.
I mean, honestly, pretty much whatever CodeMiko plays is technically winning for her. I would have actually liked B4 instead of B takes C4 just because you want to keep the pass pawns connected, right? It's easier to push your pass pawns if they have each other to protect them. So B takes C4 does help white develop the bishop as well. There'll be bishop takes C4. That bishop is finally part of the game. Mr. Beast also attacking E6 at the same time.
Oh my gosh. Somebody in the Chess.com chat said, this is the weirdest game of chess I have ever seen in my life. But that's why it's fun. And that's why I love watching them. Look, Mr. Beast got under 30 seconds last time or under a minute. So he is being very careful with his time, which I respect. And CodeMiko is now threatening Rook B1. He has to see this. He has to see this.
Yeah, I mean, King C2 or King E2 or King C1, really any king move away from D1 has to be played. Oh, Rook D1 also works perfectly fine. However, you don't really want to be exchanging your only rook off while your opponent still has a rook, especially when you're down the exchange. We will go into a bishop and bishop versus knight and rook endgame, which is obviously better for the side with the rook, right? But it's especially worse if you don't have that one rook in order to counteract the play on the ranks and files.
But what he has done well is play a lot faster. So he didn't see the perfect move, which was King C2, but he saw a good move, which was Rook E1. And when you're low like this, that's, oh, now she can, now he can take on E6. And if he sees this, you know, he's back in the game and he gets to keep his rook on the board.
That is very, very good news for Mr. Beast, because after bishop takes E6, white actually has 2 pass pawns, one on the E file and one on the F file. And as we mentioned before, 2 pass pawns right next to each other, those are going to be very, very strong because they can support each other and push all the way down the board and potentially, you know, potentially promote it to a queen, and we'll have queens back on the board.
Oh gosh, that's always going to make the situation a lot more fun.
For sure.
So Mr. Beast is taking his time here, which makes me think that he's not going to miss bishop E6 because he also sees his bishop under attack. So he takes it. Oh my gosh, CodeMiko has 8 times the amount of time he has almost, but Is it going to be enough? Is it going to be enough? What would you predict here, Nemo? What are the chances of a win
do
for
think
Miko?
I do think that Mr. Beast has an easier position to play right now because, in fact, while the material is still fairly even, I would have preferred King C3 just to keep the rook on that file, just to be able to push the pawn faster. But CodeMiko's king is very much stuck, pinned to the knight, right? She has to somehow get out of that pin and be able to, use her other rook as well. Right now, she's only playing with her one rook.
True. And now she will have the option once again to take the rook, which might make her life a little bit easier, but she still doesn't know how to get out of that pin. That being said, if she doesn't know how to get out of the pin, she might just push her pawn because what else is there to do? So accidentally finding the correct plan.
Yeah, I think that rook takes e1 is fairly natural here. And after rook takes e1, you really just want to play king e8. Get that knight unstuck as soon as you can. Once again, I'm just saying, even if you have extra pieces, if you're not using those pieces, it's not the most beneficial, right?
Yes, we have 3 tips from Nemo now. Use your pieces, just win, and don't blunder your queen.
I mean, chess is a fairly simple game if you use those 3 steps.
Yeah, exactly. And CodeMiko finally slowing down a little bit. And I'm curious again, is it going to make her play better or worse? Because her instinct has actually been some of the strongest parts of her play when she just makes the move that's intuitively fast and easy.
I would have loved to see rook takes e1, but unfortunately we do get rook d4. It might make sense for CodeMiko that is her one active piece, right? She might want to just keep it on the board, but I think what she is missing here is that white has a lot of pressure on her king. Maybe she doesn't. Oh no, not another pawn.
Well, f4 is free. If CodeMiko doesn't see, then he'll be able to get his pawn to f5 and he'll have those 2 passed pawns. So CodeMiko needs to see this, and she does. Okay, that's very impressive. Oh man, I think the time pressure is getting to him. You could see by his face, it looks like he's in a little bit of pain right now.
Oh, this is the part where I get worried because you really needed those 2 pass pawns on the E and F file in order to potentially promote a new queen and push all the way up the board. Now there's a lot less pressure coming from white, even though the knight and rook still haven't moved. It's only been this one rook on a solo mission to take all of Mr. Beast's pawns. This is going to be painful again for Mr. Beast.
And I see a lot of people in chat replying, yes, it is impressive that she took the pawn. Her rating is 300 because she recently started playing chess. So for somebody who is new, she has a winning position. To see that was a free pawn, to be keeping the pressure, it is impressive. And don't forget that when you give people credit, you have to give them credit based on their level of experience. So I think she's done a great job so far.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, she's been playing pretty intuitively. I think she has a lot of potential if she just plays a little bit more, and it'd be very interesting to see both of these players. Oh, no, not that place, not that square.
Oh, and she can't even take it back because of the pin. That is so rough.
However, Mr. Beast only has 15 seconds. I don't know if he will see it.
Come
he is
on,
thinking a little bit, though.
Jimmy! Don't flag! I don't want to see a flag. Come on.
I can't. Oh, no! Okay. Oh, no! Now, not only is just the rook hanging, the knight on e7 is also hanging, and Mr. Beast has decided to take the knight on e7.
All right. Well, it's good that he got a piece. That is great. Rook g7 just played. That was a quick move. She got it away from the threat, so that is what we like to see. And Mr. Beast is picking it up. Oh my gosh, chat, do you guys think Mr. Beast is going to flag, or is he going to survive? Her rook doesn't have any safe place except for g6, which she saw.
Okay.
2 seconds.
Oh, my heart.
And now he has 6.9 seconds. That is
nice.
Perfectly timed, sir. Perfectly
nice,
timed.
Alex. Nice.
And we have 69,000 viewers. I'm just saying that's obviously why he's matching it. Okay.
obviously. It's all for YouTube,
Uh-oh. Okay. I think there's a little bit of a lag. He hasn't flagged this game.
Okay, I would have really liked to see rook to d2 as we. Okay, well, she has the right idea. Unfortunately, wrong execution. Rooks on the second are the most strong in endgames because you'll just be, pressuring your opponent's king. But
oh no, and she didn't even take the bish up.
no.
And now a4 is coming. At least she's trying, but now she can't even stop the pawn from going to d8 unless she sacrifices her rook. Okay, I mean, at least she's got a little check over there.
Yeah, she's probably gonna get the bishop back when Mr. Beast plays e7. Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
People are asking why she's playing fast, but to some extent, it also doesn't give Mr. Beast time to think, and she's lost. So it's not the worst strategy to try to let Mr. Beast only think on his time.
It's actually a very good strategy when your opponent's low on time to just make sure it's difficult for them.
Oh, now she can take the pawn. She has to at least get rid of one passer.
Take the juicer. Let's go.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no!
Maybe she's going for the stalemate strat or the... Oh, okay. We're not taking the pieces. That's fine.
Oh, but she does get the pawn on h2. Mr. B should really, at this point, just either push the pawn or play bishop e5 to win the rook. But I think e7 is a very natural move. Just try to promote.
Also, e7 looks like what his plan is with rook e1, so it doesn't really matter if he's not playing the best move. He's playing moves that are going to win regardless.
For sure. I mean, pretty much every move in this position wins regardless.
He's handling the pressure so well.
Yeah, I mean, just playing with increment is very difficult, but he's making sure he does think a little bit before each move and just not running out of time.
And now there's nothing that she can do to stop e8. She'll throw in a couple more checks, which is nice.
All right.
Okay, and here comes the queen. Oh, not yet. Not yet.
Almost there. We can promote. Okay, we do get the queen.
You know he loves living on the edge when he has over 20 seconds, and I think, wow, he has a lot of time now.
Yeah.
Okay, and he's got this checkmate technique down. That was a really impressive comeback from Mr. Beast.
For sure. I think he's going to try to go for the ladder mate. Either, yeah, we'll probably see something like rook to e3. Oh, we even take the rook first. Okay, now I'm just a little bit worried about stalemate, but he does know the ladder checkmate, so should not be too much of an issue for him.
There's that excitement on his face. Okay, he has checkmate in 2 here. Even if he doesn't find it like that, there's not a lot that can go wrong here. So,
all right, and we are seeing the ladder checkmate.
Wow. Well, Mr. Beast managed to go 2-0. CodeMiko had some really good starts to both of her games. I think if she works a little bit on the end games and playing a little bit slower, it might help her in these upcoming matches. They both will be playing in the consolation bracket, and we will be right back to interview them both. So don't go anywhere.
What's up? Is this the Gladiator?
Big man, how's it going?
Yo, good afternoon. Going well. Just give me 1 second. I'm gonna adjust my stream. Okay, now you guys should.
Colgate.
Going pretty good. How are you feeling?
Pretty good. I played 2 games today and played like dog shit, so that was encouraging.
Okay, that's just another day at the office. Gotta get the bad games out of the way.
Yeah.
Before some of my best tournaments, I played some of my worst games.
Really?
Before the flight over. I've noticed this about my chess career, so this is actually a pretty promising sign.
Okay, good. Very good.
Thank you, Zombie, for the prime. So my proposal, and
you're on chess. Good.
I'm clear in my stream, and I don't want this taken out of context.
Thanks, the prime.
I'm not gonna accuse Ludwig or anybody of trying to spy or snipe, but I think it's very standard operating procedure. So I'm not gonna go full cam, but I'm gonna go to a scene where I'm not showing the board.
Yeah, I'll do the same.
Do you have the capacity to do the same?
Yeah, I won't let Ludwig see shit. This will be our little secret.
Fair enough. Okay, let me just. Actually, I am gonna go.
Secret strats, Lud.
Reconfigure my stream.
You pussy. Right. I've got the ultimate profit in here. Thanks, the Prime Burger King.
I'm gonna go like this. And like this. Perfect. Okay, so I'm on a scene where people can only see me.
Beautiful.
All right, and now I'm going to invite you to an analysis board. I don't think people can access
thanks to the resub
analysis boards.
And the 2 gift subs, key toss. There's no way Ludwig knows how to do that anyway. We're good.
Okay,
We're good.
I'm sure Ludwig will appreciate
Thanks
this
to the Prime Mew.
This is out of respect.
Yeah.
He's a serious player.
Exactly. This is
you
flattering.
don't do this if you have a casual game with somebody. This is only
Thanks to Resub Short
reserved
King.
for serious opponents.
In the Prime
I'm
job.
serious, actually. Okay, one moment. Access private. Good. Titled. Doesn't need a title. Okay, invite. So it's very important when you're saying the moves. I know you sometimes say, okay, I'll move the dark tile bishop over there.
Yeah.
I don't tip anybody off to the actual moves you're making.
Oh, they won't have
You
any
see
clue.
me making moves.
Yes. Thanks to the Prime Tubbo and the resub Osiris.
So first, you as white, you go here. That's what we're doing.
Yep.
So if he goes here,
that's up here.
Let me remove the board sounds. 1 second.
Oh yes.
So that we cannot reconstruct when captures happen and stuff like that.
Oh, that's very big brain. How do I mute the board?
Well, I've been doing this for many years. Mute the board. Click on the gear on the top of the board and click on sounds. The slider that says sounds.
Oh, beautiful. He's so in the dark right now.
Nice. Completely.
Thanks to the Prime Donkey, Looper,
They have no idea what.
Iox.
For all they know, we could be
Benedict,
making nefarious plans to take over the world.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if this, yes, sir.
Yep.
Yes, sir. And now this is your cue to do.
Ooh, God! I can see Ludwig's face right now. Ooh.
Good. You're sharp. And if this. Yes, correct. And
beautiful.
If here, you can do that, but you can also do an even better move.
That's this one.
Which is this one. And this one. And this one. Yes.
Ooh.
Excellent. And if here.
Okay, good. This is the one I needed to see.
Welcome back to PogChamps 3 presented by GRIP6. We are joined by the two and onlys, Mr. Beast and CodeMiko. Welcome to both of you. CodeMiko, you put up a great fight, and Mr. Beast, congratulations for going 2-0. How are you feeling?
Well, I mean, you can tell we're both still getting the hang of chess and learning. I have a feeling there's quite a few blunders that last game, but yeah, I mean, it feels good not to lose every single game I've played now.
That's fair enough. And CodeMiko, we noticed that you were playing super quickly, and often when you were playing quickly, you were making some of the best moves. Can you tell us a little bit more? Do you have really good chess instinct?
I think if I had good chess instinct, I would win a game. But
well, you're like an AI. You just need a little bit more data points, and then you'll start winning, right?
You think so? Yeah, you're right. I just need to do more chess.
Aww.
Just more chess.
Honestly, you were doing really great in the last game. Like, we felt a large amount of improvement even from your first game today and your second game, because in your second game you were finding all of these very natural ideas straight out of the opening. You were going for some really accurate tactics. You had the right idea when you started playing, your knight up the board, knight to c2. All of that was really good.
I do have a question, Miko. So did you notice when you mouse slipped, you could have taken Mr. Beast's queen?
Yeah. Yep, that was a misclick.
I feel so bad. I know, that's why that win doesn't even feel satisfying, because I literally left my queen hanging and didn't get punished for it. So I kind of feel bad about that.
Well, speaking of not getting punished, you were making us so nervous because you kept getting to under 1 minute on the clock. Do you need to live under pressure? Because you also play really well.
Understand. I feel like my clock just goes 5 times faster. Like, I'll look, it'll be 4 minutes, and then I'll think for 5 seconds, and I look down, it's on like 30 seconds. I'm like, where did it go? It's accurate.
Yeah, CodeMiko has been doing some hackermans maybe. Yeah. But both of you will be going into the consolation bracket, and you will be playing against the other members who maybe have played a little bit less chess than people in the championship bracket. So how are you guys feeling your chances are? Maybe we'll start with CodeMiko and then Mr. Beast.
I think I have a chance.
Yes!
Yes, let's go. I like this.
I think that there is a chance that I can win one of those.
That is the optimism we're here for. What about you, Mr. Beast?
I started off with Ludwig and Moist, who have played in PogChamps before, have chess coaches, and have played like 10 times the amount of games of chess as that I have. So I'm just excited to play people that just don't have this massive head start and have training and all this stuff. I literally was just like an hour before my match with Ludwig. I was like, hey, Gotham, can you just teach me a few things? Whereas he's been training for years trying to go for the dub. So but it's been fun. And it's motivated me. This year, obviously, I'm already in the constellation bracket, so it doesn't matter. But next year, I want to try to make a run for it. It'd be fun.
Well, I did see that your preparation with him in the Scandinavian did go very well, even in the game with Ludwig. But as you mentioned, they do have more experience. So, you know, if anything, it's going to take a little bit of time to catch up. But I think you both have the essentials there.
Thank you.
And Nemo, is there anything you want to add?
No, I just want to say both of you have been playing absolutely amazing chess, and we know that, you know, you guys are quite new to the chess scene. I just hope that the games you've played so far don't demotivate you or anything. You know, you guys are doing amazing, and just keep at it. Honestly, keep at it.
Someone watching this, make a montage of all the times we could have won the game, like checkmated each other, and just make like a little 3-minute compilation of it. I could borrow on YouTube. It'd be so
To be fair, there were a lot of pawn captures the previous game that both of you missed, so that might be quite interesting, but no worries at all about any of that.
Well, somebody in Chess.com chat did say in all caps, this is the most interesting game I've ever seen. I don't know if it was a euphemism or anything like that, but people were enjoying seeing it.
See, we're just entertainers. That's what we're doing.
Exactly. And we actually noticed that if you guys would average each other out, so if CodeMiko would play a little bit slower and Mr. Beast would play a bit faster, you guys can become like a power team. You can either be Mr. Miko or Code Beast. Which one do you guys
you combine
prefer?
both of us, and you get like half a Ludwig or Charlie.
Exactly. Well, thank you guys both so much, and I'm wishing both of you good luck in the consolation bracket. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you, guys.
Good luck.
All right. Well, it was lovely to have both of them on. Up next, we are going to see Moist Critical versus Ludwig. This is gonna be so exciting, Nemo. You wanna build up the hype a little bit there?
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm sure I already see the word coming into the chat. You know, we all know what everybody is thinking here, and it is going to be a rematch actually between Moist and Ludwig from the first ever PogChamps. So now they're meeting again in PogChamps 3. They have met each other on the board before. Did we actually hear Ludwig talking some things a little bit before?
I mean, it's really good to see that Ludwig has been training, and instead of focusing on the chess, he's just preparing his list of excuses for once, you know, Moist Critical gets the win. Or, you know, maybe this is just his way to feel a little bit less pressure, because it is honestly very intimidating to play in front of such a large audience. Which, speaking of a large audience, we want to make sure we give a big thanks to one of our sponsors who's going to enjoy this, hopefully. We want to give a shout out to Guayaki for helping make PogChamps possible. This is a huge event, but without them, it wouldn't have been able to happen. So as Guayaki celebrates 25 years of regenerative yerba mate, they are sharing cases to celebrate. So spam the Guayaki emote in chat for your chance to win. And we will be back with the next match in just a moment.
4 pillars of regeneration to heal all nations. We work with and not against, because we are a part of this. We've never been apart from this. Our hands feel through the soil's pass, our feet touch on the blades of grass. Braid all these voices into a beautiful tapestry, find those similarities we all share in these breaths that we breathe. This home of ours sustains us, but needs us. So together we'll move through this long night and inspire us all to come to life.
There you go. That's what my cam will look like. Oh, okay, I need copyright-free motivational music.
Everywhere we go.
Everywhere we go.
People wanna know. People wanna know.
Who we are. Who we
are.
So we tell them.
So we tell them.
We are tigers.
We are the tigers.
Mighty, mighty
Tigers.
Have you got what it takes to be a tiger?
The rest of it's just an ad. I'm pretty sure the remaining 30 seconds is an advertisement. We're on Chess.com. All right. Hey, I have a video, guys. This is a video. Charlie, if you're watching, this is some inspiration for you, man. My advice to you.
Here's my first pitch. Why listen to me? I am a decently attractive dude. I play video game, make millions of dollars. Why do you want to be a streamer? It's gonna be miserable. You're gonna hate it. It's not gonna be fun. Fucking quit. 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 That is my advice to you. Quit. 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 You will not make it. Quit. 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 That is my advice to you. Quit. 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 Fucking quit.
Oh. I'm nervous. Is he still doing coaching?
Yeah.
Do not
God
make
damn
that.
it.
Remove that assumption in your mind. And if here, then you should notice this thing you noticed earlier, which is
I feel like our styles of preparation are quite different from each other. I think one of us might be doing it incorrectly, and I don't think I'm on the right side of history here, but you know, we'll try our best, surely. Yeah, fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it, let's just let it rock.
Once was a ship that put to sea. The name of the ship was a Billy of Tea. The winds blew up her bow, dipped down below my Billy boys blow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go.
We got it, boys!
Soon may the wellerman come to bring us
Chess
sugar
Jesus
and
falls
tea
today!
and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. She had not been 2 weeks from shore when down on her a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum.
It took me $5 and said, I dislike you, but your content is quality. Credit due. Look, man, you don't have to lie to me. The content's okay. All right, boys, me versus Charlie. If you don't know, we have played 12 games in the past. The record is 6-9, 15 games. That's bad math. I am up, but the tale doesn't end there because he beat me in the last PogChamps in the finals of the consolation bracket, which was the most viewed chess match of all time on a streaming service at that point.
GRIP6 has sold out of the chess themed wallets, but people keep asking, so hopefully there'll be more by the end of the tournament. But hey, in the meantime, check out the amazing chess belts. There are 3 options: the queen, king, and knight, all with 3 different strap options. You can find them at go.chess.com/grip6. On top of that, we have something very exciting to celebrate the end of the group stage with the Ludwig versus Moist Critical match. Whoever wins will get a custom chessboard from GRIP6 to give away to their fans. With that being said, Nemo, why don't we take a quick look at some of the group standings and see which matches you're most excited for?
Yeah, honestly, I'm excited for so many of these matches. Anything in particular you have in mind?
So I'm not sure if they're going to be paired, but I would love to see Benji Fishy versus Logic the Rapper. Benji Fishy has been one of the fastest improving players. He's already in the 1400 range. He's also one of the youngest contestants, 17, along with Tubbo. Logic is a dad, so I want to see if he has it in him to beat a kid, honestly.
I love how you brought that up. Yes, Logic is most certainly that, and Benji is not quite, the age of Logic's son, but still a kid. So that will be definitely a very interesting matchup. I think both have been training very, very hard for PogChamps.
Yeah, for sure. And honestly, the other match that I'm most excited for is the match we are just going to see between Moist Critical and Ludwig. These are 2 of the 3 contestants who have played in all 3 PogChamps, so they do have a lot of history. Ludwig was the most watched chess streamer of all time after PogChamps 1 gave him a raid with over 75,000 viewers. Moist Critical had the biggest clip of all time when he, checkmated XQC in 6 moves. How can we ever forget? So this rivalry is just unmatched.
Yeah, this will be very interesting. Very exciting gameplay as well, as both players have already been playing since the first PogChamps at least, so they're going to be quite familiar with some of the plans.
Absolutely. We're going to have Chess Jesus versus Mogul Moog, 2 of the biggest personalities to hit the internet in 2021. And I wonder if they have anything personal on the line or if it's just their pride.
Honestly, I think the pride is sometimes the biggest thing you can put on the line,
Absolutely. And I know they're both trying to pump each other up as much, not each other, sorry. They're trying to pump themselves up as much as possible before the game. Ludwig was listening to some sea shanties. Do you have any favorites, Nemo?
I actually like one that is in Polish. For some reason, I do listen to sea shanties. I'll admit it. One of the perks of listening to Polish music is that it is mostly DMCA free.
DMCA free. I mean, that's great. I guess we all have to start listening to some Polish beats.
Yeah, honestly, this has been my solution. Can't really play English music, so I can play music in different languages.
Honestly, Nemo with the 5-head plays on the chessboard and with the music, it's just pretty impressive. Nemo, who do you think is the favorite to win this match?
Honestly, this will be hard for me to answer, but I think Ludwig. Ludwig seems really, really, really pumped. And of course, Moist is still yet to return to his chair, but I'm sure as soon as he does, we'll probably see an earlier kickoff from the both of them. They seem ready to go. They are both very much ready. So I think I'll be expecting a win from Ludwig, but it will still be a very close match. What do you think?
Well, I just remembered that Moist Critical's Chess.com name is Turbo Fisto. You never quite forget that one, and it always catches you a little bit off guard, much like his chess. So I actually think it's going to be very, very close.
Sorry, wait, what do you mean by much like his chess?
I mean, his chess can catch people off guard because even in the game with Ludwig won the first game, then he came back and won in the final round. And it was pretty surprising, actually, because Ludwig had a really good position.
Okay, understood. Got it.
I'm sorry, Nemo. How else could it have been interpreted? Please clarify.
No, I'm good. I did not want to clarify. We'll just leave it at that.
All right. Well, I am following both of them. Moist is preparing. I love how we only see part of his face, but it's okay. We can see the luscious locks, whereas Ludwig has a very different look going for him. It seems like all of his hair is contained. There are 2 players who have so much similar yet so much difference. It's going to be fun to watch. I've been really looking forward to this.
Yeah, I think we'll be doing a lot of tune-ins for this match specifically because they are both amazing, just content creators. And we definitely want to hear what they are thinking about, not even necessarily about the game, just what are they thinking during this match.
Yeah, we're going to be listening in a lot, you guys. So hopefully we'll hear some trash talk. We'll see some good chess. Put your predictions in the chat right now. It seems like we already have a prediction, but let us know who you think is going to win. Type either Ludwig or Moist, just so we can get some of the energy that we all feel for this amazing matchup.
This will be exciting. I honestly can't wait. They seem both really hyped. They've got a smile on their face. Moist does look to be a little quieter than Ludwig right now. Ludwig is he's on a bit of a rant. But
I feel like that's their streaming personality too. And they're so close in rating, so close. All right, well, here we are.
We have the first game with Ludwig as black and Moist as white. We've started off with E4. All right, let's see if Ludwig has anything prepared in response.
And let's also listen in to Moist. As actually, maybe it'd be better to listen to Ludwig right now since he's the one thinking a long time on the first move.
Oh, maybe Ludwig just fell asleep. Oh, maybe I just got lucky. Ludwig's AFK. He overdosed. Come on.
Wait, if he doesn't move,
Give me that game aborted.
All right.
No, I was about to say.
Scandinavian.
Oh!
This son of a bitch.
All right. Well, children, plug your ears.
Yeah. All right. Well, Ludwig does seem to have prepared the Scandinavian. I guess Moist.
He has been playing the Scandinavian in a lot of his openings, actually. So I'm not sure how much of it he he probably did prepare for Moist with Queen
prep
D6.
for Mr. Beast, but I've never seen it like this.
This is a unique move to pick just to break Moist Critical's preparation.
Just play this now.
He saw what happens when Moist is armed with preparation, 6-move checkmates, and Ludwig is not going to have any of that. He's going to play a weirder move to not fall into it.
Yep, and as a reminder, Mr. Beast did play Queen to A5 instead of Queen to D6 in the previous game, in the previous match that we had seen.
All right, Knight F6. So he's doing some calm developing moves, and he's got his time back. He's actually ahead of time compared to Moist right now.
This isn't even like the Scandinavian. I don't know what the fuck this is.
Who wants to tell him that this is the Scandinavian, just a different variation?
I feel like Moist just reinvents things all the time, so I'm curious what he's gonna call this. Poor opening prep. All the Scandi fans are crying right now. Let's listen into Ludwig, see what he's saying.
Or C4, that'd be my main expectations. If he goes C4, I'm gonna push B5 with a little tempo. If he plays one of these two moves, I might just develop this. Okay, he goes with D3, which I think makes a lot of sense. The problem with D3, however, is that you are blocking the queen from defending this pawn. So now, if I go here, I'm attacking twice.
He's attacking it one more time.
On a once defended pawn. And he has to be very careful that he doesn't go D5.
He actually needs to remember he can't.
Because things will get a little hairy if he goes D5. I'm going to go, oh shit, I almost pre-moved. If he goes D5, which is very tempting to do here, chase out the knight, make me do 2 moves in a row, I'm going to go B4, which will double attack here. Instead, he goes with E2, attacking this here, which is totally fine.
So Moist decided to protect it even as Nemo was saying. He didn't have to because there was a discovery attack with Bishop B5 at the end there. But he might feel safer doing it. And it's also, a pretty solid move.
I think it's just very important to come up with the opening without having lost any material, and really bring the fight into the middle game where we'll see what their plans, what their strategies, how their tactics are. That will be very interesting.
So bishop g4, I like. Ludwig is taking advantage of the fact that Moist put one of his knights on e2. He's now threatening to take the knight and double Moist criticals pawns. Moist could defend it if he wants by moving his knight or his bishop, but I was going to say he might still think that the pawn on d4 is hanging, even though there's the discovery check at the end. What do you think of bishop f4?
I like bishop f4. It's developing the bishop with the tempo. Once that queen moves, you know, you can play queen to d2 or preferably c3, actually, just to secure the d4 pawn. You can play queen d2 and then long castle. You have the short castle available as well, as long as you move your knight before that, because you don't want to castle and be hit with the bishop takes f3 where you'll get double pawns. So he does feel there's definitely a lot of choices in this position. It's going to be interesting to see what Moist does after black is forced to move the queen.
Yeah, and this is one of the difficulties with playing the Scandi, as we saw with Mr. Beast's queen also being chased earlier. For beginners, it could be tricky, and sometimes you end up putting your queen back on d8, which then loses a little bit of tempo because Moist was able to develop with a threat. And I think he's thinking about his plan here, so let's take a quick listen in on his stream. Or it looked like he was talking earlier on. So Ludwig just puts his queen on d7, which is good. He's defending his bishop here. So let's see how Moist is going to continue his plan. Well done, Alex. Hey, I know you guys look at like looking at Moist critical.
This pawn by taking here. I take back and you can win that pawn.
Wow, c3 played very natural.
I don't want to castle this way.
Keep protecting the d4 pawn.
He's got his bishop and his queen eyeing the same diagonal.
Yep. Also, notes do not short castle here because or play h3.
Yeah, we can come back to the board now, and I'll point out what Nemo is explaining. So if Ludwig feels pressure to castle, the issue is that Moist can take on f3, g takes, and then he's going to have some very weak kingside pawns. So what would you recommend instead, Nemo?
I definitely think that this would be one of those times where he should probably try to castle on the queen side. I have to give credit to Ludwig's setup because, wow, he's developed very fast. You know, all of his pieces are mostly developed except the bishop on f8, but he definitely has time to develop it. I think White's actually going to be facing a little bit of trouble here, just deciding where to put his king.
Why are people freaking out? What's backwards here?
Wait, what's happening?
Oh, okay. I'm not sure why people are. Oh, okay. That's okay. We may have used one of the wrong names. Sorry about that, you guys. But yeah, it is that bad scandal. Oh, and he pushes h3, which is what you were just saying would be an issue because now, not only is he not defending the knight on f3 a second time or trying to put his king to safety, but he's baiting Ludwig into making the correct move. But Ludwig decides to retreat instead. Oh,
baiting Ludwig into playing the right move is the funniest line I have seen.
Well, now it's a huge blunder. Is Ludwig gonna see it? We're listening in.
All right. Quiet thinking so far, but bishop takes f3, forces White to take back, g takes f3, and then the h3 pawn will be hanging.
Yep. He is not saying anything, probably because he is using all of that brain power towards trying to find the right variation here.
E5, he could take here as well. Then I take, then he takes. So no. He just doesn't have to move the d-pawn.
Ooh, he goes for the clean developing.
Develop d6, get this guy out of here.
But he blocked his queen, and now he won't even have the tactic in the future.
Yeah, that is not too great. He definitely missed a chance there with bishop takes f3. Now after e6,
this right now is
as Alexandra has mentioned, he has closed off his own queen to
something I need to keep an eye on.
White's king side, so that makes it a little bit more difficult in the future to attack White's king. However, opposite side castling. What does that mean, Alex?
It means it's going to be a wild game, which is what we expect from Ludwig and Moist. Both sides are going to be flinging their pieces at the other, and we'll see which warrior walks out here alive.
Exactly. And Ludwig has definitely seemed
I
to
also
calm
don't know
down
how
a little
good
bit.
it is, but if I capture this, it's only defended by the king pawn
Oh, if you had seen that one
because
move
of this
earlier.
knight move he made. I don't want to rush it because this knight right now is cock blocked.
Sure.
That's a new one. That's one term I have never heard before.
Yep, we should do a bingo whenever Ludwig and Moist are on. How many times the word cock and throbbing is said? Honestly, I feel like it
But
could
if
be a
this
fun side game.
happens,
Every time that's said, you can do yep.
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 All right, so G4.
Wow.
It looks like Moist saw the threat and he is.
I think he would go
pushing
for a
that
knight
bishop
sack
back.
here, right?
Ooh,
Knight
the
sack's
sack
pretty
would be
good.
fun.
Because then he'll just be undefended here.
Oh, it's gonna be
might
wild.
be a mistake.
I hope he does it for the content.
But
do it for the content. Not only entertaining
fuck it, we ball.
on stream, but also on the chessboard.
Mm-hmm. All right, guys. Crazy sacrifice from Ludwig. It's not accurate, but it's going to be hard to defend.
So now he
in
takes,
a
I take,
blitz
I get
game,
two
which
pawns
is
for a knight,
basically
and
at
I'm
now.
attacking this
Yep.
this guy. But I'll go here, ooh, with a bit of tempo as well. And then this is still defended now. But I do have a few threats. For example, I can no longer do this. I would need to go here. So maybe move like... So he'll go here. I could also just push. If he goes here. And then he can't take here. I don't know where he would go. I don't know where he's going to go right now. He might go back here.
Okay, so here Moist is 2 minutes lower on the clock. If he manages to defend this and get into some kind of middle game, he's going to be up 1 pawn value, but that's even more when you have a piece for 2 pawns. However, if he's not careful and Ludwig gets an attack, then this unsound sacrifice is going to pay off.
Yeah, I do think that after knight g3, there are very, very good chances for black to just start an attack by pushing his pawns. h5 looks quite natural here, maybe f6, g5. Very accurate defense was needed from Moist. And not to say that knight g3 isn't a good move or anything, but finding the best defense, which in that position was actually probably knight to e5, that was the hard one. That was the hard one for sure.
The only thing is Ludwig is basically doing business as usual in a position that calls for a little bit of craziness. He's playing bishop d6 to develop instead of thinking to just be bold and push the pawns here. I understand why he's doing it, and it makes a lot of sense that he is, but he has to be careful to not play too slow or he's going to lose his edge.
Yeah, once again, guys, if you've sacrificed material, you know, you better have a pretty clear idea of, first of all, what you're going to do after it. Also, remember that you're down material. You have to go for an attack. You have to try to checkmate your opponent. Otherwise, if Moist gets to exchange this position into an endgame, swap off the pieces, then he is more likely to win the endgame where he is going to be up a piece.
Yeah, and I will say that Moist has to be very careful because he also has about half of Ludwig's time. So we can watch from his perspective as well. He seems very focused. Maybe we'll see what he's arrowing or if he has any ideas. He does seem to be aware of the clock situation. He has very great clock awareness.
Yep, clock moments.
Okay, so bishop e2 was great because now his knight is not going to be pinned anymore. So that was very important for him to do. And a lot of staving off attacks is just bringing your pieces back to help defend. Ludwig finally pushing the kingside pawns. I mean, both players are making some very exciting ideas here.
I definitely like knight to h4 here, or knight to h2 from Moist. When you are being attacked, think about it this way. If you swap off your opponent's attacking pieces, then there's nothing left to attack you, right?
Yeah, you taught me that with the queens. Trade the queens and you can't lose them.
Exactly. I mean, chess is simple. If you don't have if your opponent doesn't have pieces, they can't checkmate you.
Uh-oh, but Moist is going towards the other side. They're both just so eager to attack. I mean, Queen B3 makes sense if you have some kind of attack going, but since Ludwig has already sacrificed material, he should just be figuring out a plan to trade and hold his pieces close to his king.
Maybe he's trying to, create a counterattack on the queen side, which is what he's supposed to do. But maybe moving the piece away from his king is not the best idea.
Ooh, H5 looks really scary. This is tough to defend against. Even though the computer likes Moist's position, from a human perspective, having half of your opponent's time, equal rating, pawns being flinged towards your king like this, it's not comfortable. I mean, how does White even go to defend this in moves that are not too difficult to see?
It's very difficult for sure. This knight e4 move is logical. It definitely,
This is
he won't get
hanging,
hit
but
by
it can't be
h4
taken
now,
by
but-
anything right now.
Queen f4 looks a little bit intimidating here because he's bringing the queen closer to the attack, putting pressure on the e4 knight, or he can, I mean, retreating the queen probably
A whole lot
doesn't
of
make
time
any
to think things
sense.
through.
Yeah, I think queen to f4 is a very, very, very strong right now. That being said, there's not a lot of choices for Black's queen to go anywhere, really. You definitely don't play queen d5. Once again, when
Do
you're
not
attacking,
trade. Yep.
Do not trade. Do not trade when you're trying to attack, especially if you're down material. If you don't have a queen, you can't checkmate your opponent with that queen, right? And we all know queens are one of the most powerful pieces. Well, the queen is actually the most powerful piece in the chess game. So
great. I was still learning that one, but let's listen in on Ludwig because he was making some arrows. Maybe we'll get some insight
I
onto
could
what
go
he's
on the
thinking
offensive.
here.
I could go like here or something, but then they just take this. No, it's actually defended backwards. Maybe I go on the offensive.
Ooh, there it is, Ludwig.
Double attack this piece.
Oh, wow,
and this
he's
piece.
seeing it.
Fuck it.
Poggers. He didn't that. The mogul has
Because I'm
seen
defended.
it again.
I didn't realize
the
that.
attacking move.
Maybe the move now is here.
God.
Ludwig stonks going up, you guys. Queen f4.
But I just bring this over. So
invest in Ludwig right now. We're going to the moon.
Yeah.
it's defended. And this is getting really scary for him here.
Especially with the clock. 2 minutes.
Because I'm attacking both knights. He
But I
goes
really like
in,
the way Moise is
attacking this
reacting.
piece,
Yeah. Uh-oh. He has to see the mate. Come
which
on,
is
Ludwig.
reasonable.
Queen b7.
Both players are just like
Also
trying to checkmate
defending
each other
this.
without much regard for their own king.
This is tough.
Pat,
Certainly.
is he gonna see it?
It's threatening checkmate, almost. Oh, no, actually, exactly.
Good, good.
So he's a threatening check.
saw
And
it.
he's also threatening this piece here.
Well, he saw the
I think if
threat,
I go
but the
here,
problem is even if he
and he
pushes
takes
the B
here,
pawn,
and I take here, and he takes here, then I win a rook. So I'm going to go here. This also defends this threat. So now if he takes here, I take this. If he takes me, I take this, and I'm winning.
this was a really strong move by Ludwig because he's not just defending, he's also attacking, as he pointed out. But Moist can continue to put the pressure. His queen is under attack, and so is his knight. He can either retreat
He has built
the
a lot of
queen
threats,
to
though.
D1,
Pretty terrifying.
defend F3, or move it up to B4 and attack the knight. What do you think is his best bet with the time pressure here, Nemo?
Honestly, I think with time pressure, you just want to go for the attack. It's very difficult to defend in blitz games. So even though queen d1 is objectively the best move, maybe going for the attack is the best. You know, sometimes attacking is the best defense because then Ludwig has to worry about his own threat, like has to worry about his own king.
Right.
Oh, not queen a4 though.
So the problem with queen a4 is that it doesn't keep pressure on b7, whereas at least if you would have put it on b4, he would have made it a little bit more difficult because he really needs to try to run down some of Ludwig's time if he wants to have similar chances of making a mistake here. So queen a4, good attempt. given that he didn't spend all of his time on it, but not the most accurate.
Yeah. I mean, the idea is there. Unfortunately, the mechanics behind the move are not that accurate. I do think bishop takes f3 is, quite a logical move now for Ludwig to make, and just winning that knight back.
Right. And the crazy thing is if he takes on f3 and Moist decides to take his knight, he has checkmate in 2. So I think we should take a listen in on Charlie here and see if he notices this checkmate, because it is really crucial. He might not be talking with 1 minute, but you guys can
imagine what's going on in his head.
Yes, exactly. Behind that
Finally
luscious hair,
relinquished
what is he
control
thinking?
over this, but I can't really capitalize on it now.
Okay, so he needs to see that he took back, so that is the move that he had to see in order to survive. And if queen takes the bishop, then he can recapture the knight, and at least he has a chance there, even though his king is very naked.
I actually want to add, after queen takes f3, queen takes a5. If Ludwig sees rook to d5, it's very close to being a checkmate in 2. So I'm not sure if there's a lot of chances, but it will definitely
come
be
over here.
very interesting.
That was my
So maybe
time.
we should pull back to the
That was my
main board
fucking-
just to show these ideas. Oh my gosh. Wait a second. Ludwig just made a big mistake. B6 was not necessary because knight e6, and now he's not going to get that idea because he's going to lose one of his pieces. I mean, this just gives Moist chances. Uh-oh. Did Ludwig notice? Let's listen in. He's just... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He still has twice the time, though. If you guys have your Twitch Prime, use it on Ludwig so he feels better about this blunder. It's okay.
No, I win this trade, I
Timers
think.
always cheer him up.
Yeah, just take. Then he
And
takes here, and I
regardless-
win 2 pieces for 1.
And he's still better. He's still better.
Wait, did I
All
lose
right,
that trade?
so-
No, I think I'm fine.
Ooh, this is scary, Nemo. This could go
Yeah.
either way.
Honestly, if rook to d5, the idea we had previously with rook to g5 and then just threatening checkmate in 2 pretty much does not work anymore because of queen to e8. If that rook from d8 leaves the bottom rank, we have a... Oh, and he's actually played king to b7.
I think this is great play by Ludwig because they are both low on time, and just being a little bit safe to make sure he doesn't
I'm
fall
down
for
a pawn,
any
but
traps.
I feel like I have a
is
really good
very
attack.
important.
My king's much safer.
For sure.
He can also just go for a draw with queen g4, but he thinks he's better, so he's going to keep fighting instead of taking the draw.
Unfortunately, if white just swaps off the queens, right? Once again, we know the strategy. If you are worse, if you feel like you're going to get checkmated at any time, swap up the queens, because then they can't checkmate you since they don't have a queen. This is my 5-head strat.
Right, and queen e4 is the move that Charlie is threatening here, because if he trades off queen, we go into Nemo's plan where he's safe. So Ludwig needs to make a decision whether he thinks he'll be better off after that queen trade and go for a repetition. I think it would be a good save for him, but he is up on time. And you know what? He's playing very ballsy here. Knight c6 I respect, because now queen
Bring in my
e4
knight.
doesn't trade off.
I don't need to worry about this defense anymore, I think.
He definitely thinks he's still better and thinks he can play for the win, which I think
Okay.
is honestly a very good idea. This position is not really equal. We know the engine says it's equal, but I would call it unbalanced. Oh, but ooh.
For sure. The only reason the engine was giving an equal is because he had a draw if he wanted it. I think the problem is that this can really go towards Moist's favor quickly if Ludwig isn't careful after he had such a winning start. And a pretty cool sacrifice too.
Yeah, I think Ludwig is...
Okay, focus.
The only issue
He
with this
takes,
position
I'll
now is
threaten.
that... Ooh. Okay, Moist is playing amazing chess, you know? He's reducing all the threats. He's made sure that Ludwig's rook is stuck on c8. He's queen takes g4.
G4 is hanging. He had to push f5 to defend his pawn. This is really scary, but honestly, I'm
this is really
impressed
interesting.
with both.
Okay, that was the right move, I think.
So Ludwig could try to keep his queen on the board, since if he trades, he's just going to be down material in an endgame. You can try playing something like queen c6 to have some chances.
Oh.
Ooh, he took.
Now
Okay.
Moist is actually going to be up not only the exchange, but also a pawn.
I mean, Moist is chess Jesus for a reason. He makes miracles happen. Even when it looks like he's lost, he sometimes finds a way to come back. But
This
the game
is very, very true, you know?
Yep, nowhere near over yet. Never forget.
Definitely still a lot of chances for both sides to make mistakes, especially as we are going to see a time scramble. Remember, there's only 5 seconds of increment, barely enough time to prevent yourself from flagging. Both of these players still have to find very, very good moves.
And I think he has to play knight f3 here to fork the 2 rooks. Otherwise, rook h5 is going to come and he's going to end up losing his knight on g5. So he has to be willing to go for the trade. Or he could play rook. No, not even rook g7 works. No, rook g7.
Yeah, rook
doesn't work.
g7, there's actually d5. Taking away the square from the knight, making sure the knight can't go to e6 to protect that rook. So
Oh, no.
knight f3 is the only move. Oh no, time!
10 seconds, 10 seconds.
Oh,
Nice.
he sees that.
Nice,
Okay.
nice. Claps for Ludwig in the chat. That was a good move to see with so little time. Now, Moist Critical is up an exchange and 2 pawns, but knights are very tricky under 1 minute. Knights do these crazy fork things and they're harder to see. So he has to make sure that he isn't too confident. And by the way that he's expressing himself, I mean, his shirt is covering his mouth. I think Moist is nervous.
Yeah, I mean, he is he looks, his entire facial expression is like, oh my God, I have to get this game, right? Can definitely feel that vibe coming from him. He's playing amazing chess. So is
Ludwig's
Ludwig.
bringing the king in. Nice job. Ooh.
Oh,
Wow.
this simplification. Wow. Wow. That deserves a clap. Honestly, like, it's going to be a
That's
king
huge.
pawn endgame. Moist is up 2 pawns. He is going to be pushing this pawn. Even there's no stalemate here, right? After king f8, king f6, there is no stalemate because Ludwig still has pawns to move. Now it's just a matter of finding the win. And one of the easier ways I think Moist has spotted it is to actually just bring his king over to capture all of Ludwig's pawns.
Yeah, he could have taken and brought his king, but honestly, with the time pressure, he just needs to see at some point. He can either push the pawn or take whatever he wants to go for. He's trying to go for that promotion, and he has mates in a few moves here.
Yeah, I mean, Ludwig's position looked so promising when he played knight takes g4. But once again, you have to remember, if you're sacrificing and you don't play the most forcing moves or try to checkmate your opponent within the next couple of moves, this is what might happen. You might end up in one of these worst endgames since you are down material.
And that was part of the risk with the sack. You know, he still gets style points for going for it, and it could have worked out. That's the cool thing with
Close
these
game.
opposite side castles.
Close game. Good
sure.
work, Lud. Fucking sweat for that.
Also,
They're so
Holy
supportive of
shit.
each other.
Whew. Thanks to the Prime. Hello, Mad, and the resubs.
Thanks for that.
You know, I'm glad he's focusing on what matters the most.
Yeah,
well,
the Prime.
I mean, Ludwig and Moist Critical are actually very close friends. They even co-host a show together called Hive Mind. It's this new Twitch gaming show. They stream together all the time. So I think they're trying their best, and they're both very respectful towards each other, which is awesome to see. But on that note, you guys, we will be back with PogChamps 3 presented by GRIP6 right after this break.
Oh, that's all right. We got another game. Yeah, I don't know exactly where I went wrong, but certainly a few places. I don't know why I didn't take here. Why did I not take here? Because I thought if I take, they take. But apparently it's not a problem. Oh, because you can pin. Oh no, never. Never would I see that. Oh, god damn. I think I played the opening pretty well. I think I didn't take advantage of a couple things. Was this move a blunder? I guess it's true that if my goal was to remove the pawn in front, then I should have just taken. And that's the same result as what I did, but I did it while losing a piece. I hate looking at fucking analyses because they make me feel like pure shit. Man, I was playing perfect too in that stretch up until here. I should have gone for the check. Had that for like 8 moves and then I blocked my check. Yeah. What happens after the check though? If I check, king forced to go here or here, sure. And then I can just force a draw. I don't know if I would have gone for a draw there. Keep it a full buck. All right, well, we got another game. Hey, does anybody know, was Charlie surprised at all that I went for the, what's it called? D4? Or D5? The Scandinavian? He was shook. Well, I did what I was trying to do. Now we will see the Sicilian game, I imagine. I had him beat, I think, in the opening. His attack on the right side was pretty unexpected. And I don't think I knew how to defend against it well. I also don't think I needed to trade for that open.
Thanks to 2 gift subs, Jay in the Prime, Jay Zombie Flip, and resub Trunks, Third.
Ludwig. Critical did win the first game, but if you guys remember, you know, anything can happen. And I think last time Ludwig won the first game and Critical won the second. So they're very evenly matched. Ludwig is going to get the white side of the pieces. They're both playing incredibly. They're friends, they're rivals at chess. So Nemo, what do you think Ludwig should do for this game? Should he play his normal stuff or a little bit more aggressively?
I think Ludwig is doing perfectly fine. Honestly, against Moist, that game could have been anybody's games. Their ratings are very, very similar. They're both around 1,100, with Moist almost being 1,200. But both players have been playing absolutely amazing chess. Ludwig's attack looks so strong, but unfortunately was just unable to break through Moist's defense. We saw lots of brilliant moves from them, and we do actually have kickoff for the second game between them. And as a reminder, Moist did win the first one, so that means Ludwig has to win this one in order to go to the tiebreaker.
All right, and we have a Sicilian by Moist Critical, and Ludwig is playing the anti-Sicilian line with C3, which I think is a great line for beginners because it helps you get both your pawns into the center. And whoa, he is pushing all the way because Moist misplayed a little bit with G6. Maybe he hurried a little bit?
I mean, so technically this is playable for Black. Obviously, Ludwig's position is already looking very good on move 5. You know, he's got the center pawns. He's got D5 and E4 pushed. Meanwhile, Moist has to retreat his knight to B8. As I was saying that, he played knight to E5, and now he's gonna get hit with 4.
His
Oh
knight.
no!
Oh no!
Oh no,
Ludwig,
indeed!
The trap master.
Problem with
Let's
centralizing
see
it
what
here.
Moist is saying.
Okay.
Oh, you sound so sad.
Aw, he just played so quickly. Okay, so Critical decided to give up his knight. At least he's gonna get some development and a pawn back for it. Now the odds are very heavily in Ludwig's favor, but he's gonna be feeling so much pressure because he's up and he needs to win this game to get into the playoff game.
I mean, if Ludwig ends up winning out of this position, which I fully believe he will, he's already up a piece, and it is only move 9. Move 9, guys. He's already up a piece. You guys can see the eval bar. It's not looking too great.
Maybe we can come back to our position for a second so they can see the eval bar.
Oh, that's my bad, actually.
No worries, Nemo. It's plus 4.36, which means Ludwig is almost up the material worth of a rook. Of course, things can really vary, but his game is easier to play. Once he castles, he's going to have the open F file. He seems so focused. He's not even saying anything anymore. And you know, when Ludwig puts on his intense gamer face, he is able to just bring out some god tier gameplay here.
Yeah, I mean, actually, chat, why don't you guys all have an eval bar in your brain, you know? Just look at the position for yourself. No, but jokes aside, this is looking very, very good for Ludwig.
And I like that he plays bishop b5 because he's developing his pieces with a tempo. If Moist blocks it, trades is always good if you're up material, and then he's going to be able to castle very quickly.
Yep. It's so difficult to actually even develop a Moist. It just feels like everything is going for Ludwig in this position. It's very hard to imagine Ludwig somehow losing this position, but once again, anything could potentially happen. Moist does seem quite worried. Ludwig has his full focus face on. He does have to play bishop to d7 in order to maintain his castling rights.
And let's listen in on Ludwig and see what he's saying about the position, if he's feeling confident or still nervous.
He was less prepared for the Sicilian than he was for the Scandinavian. I feel like he played the Scandinavian really well.
That is quite an acute observation, Ludwig. Okay, great trade by Ludwig. Oh, and he's just trading everything, but he blundered his
He could also take me, actually.
Oh my god, okay, so bishop takes c3 is a check.
Or he might castle.
He missed it.
Okay, no. Yeah, he reserves the right to castle.
Too fast. Moist played that too fast.
Yeah, I didn't think that through, actually. But I do like that I got the queen off the board.
Oh my god. Moist could have come back.
I did kind of fuck myself, though.
Well, I'm just going to go back for a second. For those of you who missed it, if Moist would have taken the knight, he would have checked the white king, eliminated the defender of the queen. So he would have taken the knight, B takes, and then Moist could have won the queen. And that would have been quite the comeback story. But we're just going to catch you guys back up to the current position. Here we are.
Well, tactics are definitely difficult to find when you're already down a piece. I just hope that Moist's mental is not already shook. When you're down material, you have to try to find these tactics and try to make a comeback.
Absolutely. And, you know, everyone always doubts themselves when they're down pieces. And I think it sometimes makes you not think of all of your possibilities. So hopefully Critical isn't beating himself up here, because I think if he has a little bit more confidence, that's the kind of move he could see.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we saw some amazing tactical plays from him last game. I definitely don't doubt his tactical prowess at all. It's just in these situations, it is understandably a little bit difficult mentally to find these kind of moves.
Oh, and I hear in the chat that Danya, his coach, is malding. Danya has been the one who has been coaching Critical the most. He's the infamous prophet who taught him how to checkmate XQC in 6 moves. So it is probably painful for a coach to see that. Shout out to Grandmaster Danya, who's just an amazing contribution to the chess community overall.
Definitely one of the strongest chess content creators out there. Just overall, very, very amazing person and very amazing coach.
Okay, so knight d7. I like that he's opening up his bishop. He does want to develop his rooks on the open file, but when you're down a piece, you kind of just want to slow play and pray.
Yes, I mean, it's an endgame without queens. That just means that Ludwig wants to swap off basically every single piece possible in order to go into that endgame where he just has that extra piece. And then we'll slowly take all of Moist's pawns. It's going to be very difficult for Moist to find a defense in this position. I mean, there's hardly a defense to being down material. You just have to hope that your opponent makes a blunder sometimes.
Oh my gosh. And Coach Danya, Critical's coach, said the most icing sentence nobody wants to hear from their parents, coach, or significant other, which is, I'm not mad, just disappointed.
Well, I definitely hope Charlie does not get word of that.
Oh, Danya, that Russian coaching, man, it's terrifying. Okay, let's come back to the game. Let's listen in to Ludwig maybe, because he's playing this very well, but he still hasn't developed his extra piece. He looks like he's... Oh, he was about to say something. I think it cut out. I thought Ludwig could break the awkward silence after the Danya quote, but not even Ludwig could handle that ice.
Super careful here. Because here I have a trap tonight.
Wait, what is he listening to?
But I actually kind of like saying fuck you to the bishop.
Okay, knight d4. That would be a good trade for Ludwig. So Moist does not want to trade any pieces. He wants to keep them all on the board for as long as possible. Nemo, any ideas what Critical could do to try to trick Ludwig here, just since he's the one who's down?
This is the part where I want to say just win, but I feels a little bit past that point. Honestly, it's so difficult to find an idea. Basically, every move in
going
this
pretty well so
position
far.
is just, you have to try to not swap off
I'm doing
pieces,
really
right? That's
well
the
in
number one
time.
rule. Maybe we can go for rook c7,
I have a
rook
piece
to
advantage.
c8.
I just need to develop the rest of my pieces. My king protection's not as good as his, but I think I can bring my bishop maybe here.
All right, he's got some good thoughts for sure. The issue with Black trying
And then
to do
if he
anything
pushes,
is...
then I have this outpost.
Okay, these are amazing
But if he goes
observations from
here-
Ludwig. He has that extra piece.
Yeah, I love the plan he's going with right now.
Well, I got nothing. I'm fucking freezing my balls
So maybe
off.
let's listen to Critical, since he's the one who's trying to come up with a plan here, since it's his turn to move and he's down. We saw him swindle the last game, or not swindle. The last game was way more complicated, actually. This one, he's just down a pure piece. Ludwig going wild with the arrows here.
With all those arrows, you might have thought he's being coached by Hikaru.
Right, right. Well, he has gotten his Hikaru lesson, so that is always helpful. Even if
Okay, we
the
can do
one
that.
lesson doesn't change you, at least it's inspirational.
Yeah, for
That's
sure.
the plan. Plans to go bishop g5, attacking this loose pawn. If he defends with h6, then I go back. Maybe even... Huh. Okay. That makes a lot of sense.
So, I mean, this move from,
I'm happy
from
to
Moist makes
trade.
sense. But yes, he is happy to trade indeed.
Yeah, Moist thought 2 minutes on that move. So what that's telling me is he just is not sure how to continue. And even though trading isn't the best thing to do when you're down, at least it's a plan. And what I do like about bishop takes e5 is that he's pinning the knight and the b2 pawn, which is going to make it hard. Oh, he took with the pawn. Okay, he had to take with the bishop there to activate it, because that would have tied Ludwig's bishop to the b2 pawn a little bit. Now he's also weakened his pawn structure, but maybe he'll play rook c2. That would be cool to see from him here.
For sure. The only other worry is that that bishop is now essentially a tall pawn, just standing right behind e5. To really get that bishop out, you have to pretty much play e6. Just try to... Oh, okay, rook c2. Very good move.
Nice.
We do like rooks on the second rank, guys. Rooks on the second rank in endgames. Man, those rooks get really strong really fast, and we're also tying down the bishop on c1 to keep defending the b2 pawn.
Yep. And this is exactly what he needs to do. Try to create some kind of complication. Ludwig has 5 minutes more than him, which is an eternity in blitz. But Moist Critical is getting his bearings on. He has not given up, and now he can activate his other rook to the open file also.
And I just wanted to correct, actually the 7th is very commonly kind of known as the term for ranks. It is either the 7th or the 2nd, but as a more general term, usually we just say the 7th.
For sure. And now he's attacking the d6 pawn. Ludwig can protect either with rook d1 or bishop a3. If Moist is able to somehow win this pawn back, that would be very helpful for him. But it seems like it's going to be really tricky. Maybe at least rook d7 so the pawn doesn't go further, because if he moves his bishop back, he's going to lose e5.
Yeah, and he plays rook e2 in order to put a little bit of pressure on e4. But I do think after I think white can just push d7, right? And if rook takes e4, then you just go bishop to g5, and then you force him to play f6, and then you can go rook to c1 and just go straight for rook to c8. And there is no way actually for black to stop this kind of play.
However, Ludwig sees it. He goes for the impactful move. The fact that Ludwig saw bishop g5, I think, is very impressive if he pairs it with rook c1. So let's see where he's going to retreat his bishop here. Nemo, I mean, he might be listening to you here.
Well, I would have liked to see d7 before playing bishop to g5, because it still leaves rook d7 open for Charlie, right? But it will still be a little bit. It is still a move that Charlie has to find.
Absolutely. So rook d7, Charlie has to play it. But isn't there still rook c1 and rook c7? I mean, you can't really get away from that plan.
This is true. This is very true. Okay, rook takes e4. We do see d7. Charlie has to start bringing his king. Okay, well, this move is a bit unfortunate because you're actually helping. Okay. Oh my god, he just goes straight for it. I like this. I like this. I was about to say Ludwig could play bishop f2, maybe bishop to b6, but rook c1, going for that plan of moving your rook to c8. Very, very strong moves coming from Ludwig.
Playing like a boss. Ludwig does not care about his bishop on the side. Ludwig cares about the win. Let's see rook c8. What is he saying here? That was epic. Oh my god.
Take.
I love this technique.
Check. Here. Check, queen maybe.
He's so calm. Cool, calm, and collected.
Like the boss he is.
Exactly. Let's see what he says. And then he says nothing. You know why? Because he's
Boys,
playing
I think
like
we might take this one down.
machine. That's why he has no emotion. He's too
And all I have to say
busy
is if you
putting
believe
all
for
his
a moment,
processing
even a second, whether you put in channel points or purely your thoughts and prayers, then do me a favor. I'm asking for my one time. Double check to see if you guys have a Twitch Prime available. All you got to do is click on the subscribe button, see if it says subscribe free. It's super easy. It'll take you just a few seconds. Turns out that several hundred of you guys have free primes and you just don't know, because Twitch doesn't really tell you, and they don't have an automatic renewal because they're losing, well, really thousands of dollars. No, millions of dollars every month. One day it'll go away, but for now it's still here. So let's rejoice in that fact and take full advantage. Okay, let's do... He's getting a little custy.
You know
what? We're gonna do this.
You know what?
Takes.
When he plays
fork.
this well, he deserves to call out the primers. So hey, you guys, if you want to do your prime for Chess.com, you can do it here too. You know, we're just chess people, but we're learning for the content creators. You want to see more events like this? I heard that apparently 100 of you guys don't use your primers, so go ahead and use them in the chat right now, ladies and gentlemen.
I can't believe. I feel like I got baited so hard. You know, it really sounded like he was preparing a whole speech, and then it was just like,
Yeah.
Twitch Prime, by the way.
I mean, that's one of the most important speeches of all, is it not, Nemo? No, I'm kidding. But he is just playing a perfect game after he almost gave up his queen. He is simplifying. He is up a full rook. And I guess the only thing that he could do now is play a move like rook c5 and fall to bishop e3. but I don't think that's going to happen. Still, he has to be a little careful.
Yeah, I mean, the game is never over until it actually is over. That's what I have learned from actually my own games and watching a lot of other people play as well. So very, very small chances for Charlie to come back, but this just means if Ludwig wins, we are going to have a very exciting tiebreaker.
Okay, and I like that Moist Critical is bringing his king into the action. The thing that he has going for him is that at least he has these 2 passed pawns. And look, I'm not going to say his chances are high, but he has a chance to try to do something if Ludwig somehow decides to move his knight out of the way for content or something.
For content.
Quick. Critical should offer him 100 subs if he moves his knight all the way to the other side of the board. That seems to motivate Ludwig.
Unfortunately, even if the knight was all the way on the other side of the board, you still can't push e2 because rook takes e2 is there.
Okay, well,
Tough,
king
tough,
c2.
tough.
Oh, that's true, Critical. Let's listen in on him. It sucks because he basically lost the game in the first 6 moves or got a losing position, and he fought so hard, but there just wasn't enough firepower in his position. I know, you guys. It's tough, but everybody has those days.
Oof. It is.
Sorry. go ahead.
Checkmating 3. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, on the bright side, we
gonna
get
go for
to
a
see
draw.
a tie break from them, which is gonna be super fun.
Actually, this is the wrong way for a draw.
This is true, and that tiebreaker is going to be very exciting. As a reminder, the tiebreaker is in Armageddon, and if you have never heard of that word before, it is simply white has 5 minutes, black has 4 minutes, but black can either win or draw the game in order to get the win.
Yeah, and those are
missed the
always
bait.
very fun. Because it's going to have a decisive result regardless.
I feel like you were setting me up to say something. I just didn't say anything.
I was actually just trying not to cut off Charlie. But the way we're going to decide who gets white and who gets black is whoever has the highest accuracy score between the 2 of them is going to get to pick which color they're playing with. So why is Ludwig not mating Critical? He's trying to marinate him and enjoy the process a little bit more. He's playing with his food here.
There was a mismating 1. However, pretty much anything in this position is still winning. So we're going to. All right. Okay. There is mating 2 with queen c3, king d1, and either rook takes c1 or queen takes c1. So.
And he sees it. There you go. Well,
all right.
That does it. The score is tied 1-1 for Ludwig and Critical. This is the same score they had in PogChamps 1 in the consolation bracket, where Critical ended up winning the playoffs. So this is really going to feel like a repeat of history. I'm sure they're both very nervous. You guys don't go anywhere because we will be right back with the tie break in PogChamps 3 presented by GRIP6.
What accuracy? Is he going to do the accuracy? Let's see.
Subscribed.
What was the accuracy? Oh, he had a 97% accuracy?
Just subscribe.
Oh.
Well,
So then he definitely gets to pick. He gets to pick the color. Yeah, he gets to pick the color. So that means that Ludwig has better accuracy, so Ludwig gets to choose white in the game. And he will choose white in the Armageddon game for sure.
Which was this.
Wow. Charlie's accuracy was,
blunder
sorry, his
because
accuracy
you
was
could have
68.9.
with check.
So based on
Wow.
my understanding, 68.9
Wow,
versus 97%.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
So I think that means that Ludwig has better accuracy.
A pretty simple tactic, but that would have fucked up my day.
True, that would have ruined Ludwig's day.
God.
Bishop C3 was game over.
Wait, what was Charlie's percent?
68.8.
Rounding up. Nice.
It's 68.8, you guys. You see it?
Damn, that blunder was bad too.
Mhm.
Bad blunder.
Yeah.
They
So you
didn't
rounded
like
up
this
to
move.
69, yeah, of course.
But I thought it was goated.
68. Just subscribe.
Because I figured he would take.
Wow, crazy. So this means then
Whatever,
that
engines are dumb.
I mean, I'm just gonna leave it here.
And 1200 rated.
I'll just leave it here probably and keep it going because they're gonna have to play Armageddon, and I think Ludwig gets a choice, and he should pick white in the game.
Fucking nervous, man.
So I'm gonna take a short break, you guys. I'll be right back, and
do I get to pick?
and I'll just come right back in a second. But you do pick white here, 100%. You pick white.
Oh, I get to pick. Do I get to pick?
Just subscribe.
Did I have the best accuracy? Does anyone know? I would like to be white if that's the case. Chess.com people, I'm going to go PP, but I want white.
My angry name just subscribed. Nababa just subscribed. It's you just subscribed.
He's a little upset. Yeah, I had a bad opening. I should have just dropped my knight back. I didn't see it could get trapped. That's a fucking shame. Ugh. I really fucked up. No increment for the tiebreaker. All right. No, thanks for the prime Goe, and the prime J, and resub Brandon, and the prime Rubber. Thanks the prime Sorat and Crunchy.
Welcome back to PogChamps 3 presented by GRIP6. We are about to see the playoff match between Ludwig and Moist Critical. Ludwig actually had the higher accuracy, so he's going to be picking colors in the Armageddon match, which is going to give white 5 minutes and black 4 minutes with draw odds, which means that if black draws, that counts as a win. So black will have to play a little bit quickly because there is no increment. And I just want to give one more reminder before we get into the exciting chess. We are doing an up to 100K charity match with Chess.com. Today is the last day of the group stage. We are almost at the $25,000. Each streamer picked a very good charity that they'd like to donate depending on their placements. And huge shout out to Atlas192 for donating $100. Thank you so much. And Lightning39 for donating $500. Time for Armageddon. If you live in the US, they are tax deductible. So, just a little incentive to keep in mind. With that being said, Nemo into Armageddon. Ludwig is taking white. Who would you have picked if you could have decided?
Honestly, I think I would rather play black in Armageddon because, even though I only get 4 minutes,
that draw being counting as a win sounds very, very juicy to me.
That's fair. Although most of the time, these fast games, especially around 1100, aren't decided by a draw. But then again, Ludwig did have a draw in his first game. So it would have been interesting if you played the same line and took the perpetual.
Yeah, if you just take the perpetual, and you cruise away with an easy win. So honestly, I'm just excited to watch this game.
And let's not forget, though, Ludwig realized that Moist Critical played the Sicilian worse than how he played against the Scandinavian. So he is also making that decision based on where he finds his opponent's weaknesses. So he's really doing that strong analytical thinking that he's so famous for.
For sure. I do have to say that Ludwig's last game, straight up opening, he got that advantage. Definitely hoping to maybe get that again against Critical. However, I'm sure Charlie had a little bit of a, mental pep talk, probably going to switch up openings a little bit, but it will still be very exciting to see what he comes up with.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think he's going to fall for the same trap. He was talking about it during the break, how he knew he messed up the opening, but he doesn't have that long to try to fix it. And it might take away from his time because he's only going to have 4 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be difficult for sure. The time difference, 5 minutes to 4, might not sound like a lot on paper, but in reality, it can make quite a difference.
All right, and the clock has been adjusted. Ludwig is playing the counter Sicilian once again. Let's see if Moist Critical is still going to... Ooh, okay, so he pushes his pawn to d5 right away instead of what he played last game, which was d6. How are you feeling about his opening, Nemo?
This will be very interesting. I think he's playing it correctly. This is the Alpine, so d5 is the correct response. And I wonder what line Charlie has maybe taken a look at during his break, or maybe had actually prepared beforehand, and instead of just rapidly moving g6, instead of d5 on move 3, maybe he has seen this line before.
Right. And I mean, here he's already kind of out of trouble. He could try to take on d4 and create an isolated pawn for Ludwig, or he could do his normal developing moves. What I do want to see from Critical here is that he's playing a little bit faster, and he's very aware of how little time he's starting with.
As you're saying, he's playing a little bit faster. I think he has spent almost a minute on this move, and that worries me. Bishop g4 is the correct move. However, he has taken up almost a minute of his time. He spent 36 seconds to play bishop g4.
Right. And we can take a look at Ludwig too. It seems like he's commentating his thoughts here a little bit.
Castle.
Okay, good. Normal developing moves. Castle is great. Critical castles as well. And we're... Oh, this is looking like game one.
Okay, I'm going to go bishop
sides.
e3.
This will get intense really quick.
Now I can take this. There's a threat here for sure.
Oh.
Okay. Take. Now I'm playing knight c3.
Knight c3, great developing move. Critical has to get out his bishop on f8. That's the theme we've seen today with all of these Scandinavian-like structures. You haven't pushed your e or g pawn, so you do need to find a fast way to develop. I would like to see Critical try not to make the gap of 1 minute even larger than it already is, but unfortunately that's where it's trending. 2 minutes, 23 seconds. He's now down 2 minutes on Ludwig, and there's no increment. That is huge.
Yeah. In the previous games we've seen, it was 10 minutes plus a 5-second increment per move. In this one, it is simply 5 minutes for white and 4 minutes for black. And as a reminder, the reason that black starts with 4 minutes is because Critical actually only needs a draw in order to win the match.
Of course, it is really hard to get a draw because you can't play for a draw with the black pieces. That usually makes you play worse. It's just if you get in a position that's drawish, then you don't force. So hopefully that's not what he's banking on here.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, white's position's already looking really good, unfortunately, for Critical. I do believe Ludwig has the right idea. We're just going for the attack. Same for Critical, going for the kingside attack over here against Ludwig.
I mean,
but I think Ludwig's a little bit faster.
And neither side is fully obvious here. There's no winning variations. They're both pushing pawns. So I think really the most important thing we'll be looking at is if Critical speeds up a little bit. And he is speeding up. That's a great sign.
Yeah, I like it. However, a6 is potentially a weakening move. Rook c1 here looking very strong for Ludwig.
Oh, that's such a juicy move. Is he gonna see it? Okay, b4. Oh wow.
Wait,
I
he just
blundered.
didn't take.
He didn't notice.
b5?
Yeah, he didn't take it. I think Critical is feeling stressed because of his time. He's not even talking. Critical is just looking still at the computer. He feels the pressure. Oh no! His queen is going to be trapped after the knight moves. Even knight e2, a simple move like that, the queen cannot move. If Ludwig sees it, I think this is his game, and he sees it. This is brutal.
That will be a pinned queen, and there's actually no way for black to get out of that pin.
He should try
Oh,
bishop takes
I just
f3
know.
in
Oh, I
case
didn't even
Ludwig
notice
takes.
it was a pin.
But then he
Holy
loses
shit!
b4 too.
Whoops.
Yeah, even after bishop takes f3, you can play queen takes f3. Okay, so rook. Oh no. Critical only gets a rook for the queen and the bishop. Now Ludwig is just up way too much material. This is feeling very, very doomed, unfortunately, for Critical.
Yeah, I mean, he shouldn't give up, of course. 230 to 130. Maybe he'll find some kind of crazy perpetual. But the hardest thing now is going to be not getting his spirits down. Once you blunder a queen in this situation, you've almost given up completely. So if he can keep his head in the game, I'd say, he still has like a 5-10% chance of comeback, which is better than nothing.
Of course. I mean, there's always a chance, which is why you should never resign, especially in Blitz when anything could happen, right?
Yeah, and
knows,
knight takes a6 would have been so juicy, but Ludwig didn't see it. That's okay.
He has so many chances here. There's also like knight c6. There's just so many possible. Oh, knight c6 now, especially just forking the king and the rook. And black cannot take back with the b pawn because it was pinned. But honestly, anything in this position is pretty much winning for Ludwig.
And those are not words you want to hear. If you're with the black side of the pieces here, anything your opponent does is fine, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Ludwig is just up way too much material.
Oh, and Ludwig doesn't go for the knight c6 or knight a6, but he's playing quickly. He is slowly draining Critical's time here on top of the fact that he has such a hard position to play. I like rook e8. It's a good attempt.
Mm-hmm. I do like this. I mean, just in case white doesn't, spot that the queen is under attack. However, Ludwig does see it and plays queen c2. There's just so many great ideas in this position for white to try to checkmate Critical. Knight c6, there's queen to c5, just putting everything at black's name. Wow, that's a good move.
And because once his knight moves to c6, then his bishop is going to be supporting his queen to get to a7. If Ludwig sees this, he is just killing it. The cool thing is how much progress they've both made since PogChamps won. I think Critical, I mean, okay, that's a good attempt. That's a good attempt.
Knight to c6 with a check. The knight d to c6 to be precise, because you're just leaving your bishop. You're opening up your bishop, and now it will be checkmate next move after b takes c6 or king to a3. Yep, queen to a7.
He didn't even flag him. He just beat him on the board. That is brutal.
Ouch! That was one beautifully played game.
That
by
feels
Ludwig,
fucking
but
great.
Very unfortunate for Critical, for sure.
They're both seeming so into the game. Look at that sigh of relief from Ludwig.
That felt so
right, you
fucking
guys.
good.
I'm glad to hear it. He played well. He deserves to feel good about it. You guys, we are going to get Ludwig and Critical for a post-game interview. So stay tuned. We'll be right back with PogChamps 3 presented by GRIP6.
Fuck this.
I mean, Ludwig was
stupid-ass
not a huge
robot
favorite
telling me
there.
that
That
I
was
had to-
wrong. But
Look
anyway.
how many moves in a row. Look how many fucking moves in a row. They're like, bro. I guess it makes sense. Can't take. And then he's checked. Go here. I don't know what to do now, though. Check here. take, I guess. Fuck if I know.
Thank you to Bradak for the prime. Thank you
Oh my
Benedictus
God,
for
that
the
felt
prime as well.
amazing,
Thank you so
though.
much. Appreciate it.
Subscribed.
Thank you to the 5 gifted. Oh my gosh, guys, you're gifting a lot of subs. I just played chess at a mediocre level. Let's keep it a buck, okay? I am one of thousands of 1,000 rated games that happened in this very
Amazing.
hour. It just happens to be one that was watched by 100,000 people
Wow.
combined. You know, but look, it's it's you don't got to give me money. I appreciate it though. Shout outs one time for the one to the people at Chess.com though. A lot of people behind the scenes, producers that don't get a lot of love. I got a few of their names. Chris S.
Right. All right, you guys. So I'm gonna do some commentary. Big shout out to Ludwig. Huge win there, by the way. But I'm gonna do some analysis. We're gonna start over and do our analysis of the games. It's just amazing stuff. So, all right, you guys.
Just subscribed.
Let's 1 second. Let me move this down. All right. So we're gonna start with our analysis of the games between Ludwig Ogren and Moist Critical. You guys want me to watch the interview? I can watch the interview if you really want me to. Do you want me to watch the interview? Yeah, you guys are right. I should. You guys are right. I should watch it. Okay, let me go to the official one. There we go. Let me go to the official one. Wait, why are they wait, why do I see myself? Oh no. Oh no. Okay, let's do some puzzles. Let's do some puzzles. No. Let's do some puzzles. We'll do some puzzles. Okay, this is checkmate. This is take the rook. Checkmate. Take the juicer, push down the board, make a queen. Checkmate. Check, take the rook. Check, take the queen. This is what white to play, white to move. It's here in f7, make a queen. Check and make a queen. Take the juicer. Check, check, and take the juicer, I guess. And take the juicer. Take the juicer. Here, trap the juicer, take the queen. Check, Anastasia, checkmate. Horse, checkmate. Check and take the juicer, take the horse, take the check, take checkmate. Now you go check, take the juicer, and now you go check, fork the queens, and now you go here, take the juicer. Now you go here, fork the rook, and now you take, and now you go check, and now you take, and you win the game, and now you go check, and now you go check, and now you go check, and you go here, win the queen. And now of course you go check, check, and you go check, and you take the queen. Now of course you go check and mate, and now of course here, this is not so obvious, but I assume you just take and take the juicers. Here you go. Wait, you're in check. So you block, and now you go check, and now you go check, check, takes. Here you take, you go check, take the rook, and now you have all kinds of fossils, but my guess is this is the right one. Now you go here and back and takes. Now you go check, and now there are many options that work, but you just take and take the rook in the corner. Now you have queen h5, you also have queen f6, which looks crushing. You take and take. Now this is white to play and win. You have to be a little bit careful with how you do this, but it's here, 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 and here, and you win the game. And now you go here, and then you go check and mate, of course. And now you have rook e6 and then rook e4. Pretty obvious. You just take with check. Your bishop continually takes. You can also just take and block and takes, and you win the game. This is black to play and win. You push, you go back, you go check, you take the rook. Of course. Now you go rook g2, take the juicer. You can take the juicer. You can also push. And I think this is winning, right? You take, and now you go check, 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 and mate. Now you take, you go f3, and you go back, back, and then you push, and then you take. Now here you have bishop h3. You also have rook d8. I think rook d8 is just winning. You have bishop h3, or just rook d2, which also looks pretty crushing. And now you just block, and now you just take. Now you go over. Just tell me when they're back, you guys, when they're back with their broadcast. So I take, I go, wait a second, I think you go here. Now you can check, check, and take the juicer. Yeah, are they back or not? That's really the thing. The interview started. Okay, let's go back. No, it didn't start. They're back in 153. So wait, they're back in 153. Okay, let's go check, 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 checkmate. You can go check, check. Yeah, you guys are trolling me. Yes, thank you for the trolls. Let's take a deep breath here. There's queen a1, queen e5. There's rook c1. There's rook c1, queen e5. Qua. I think it's got to be check, check, takes, takes, takes. Yeah, check. I think you check, and then you take here, and then you just take. And of course, pretty clean. This is white to play and win. Rook d1, rook d2 is move. Rook f5, king g1 is not winning. Check here is not winning. Bishop d2 is not winning. Let's see. They extended the clock. Oh, they extended it. Okay. Rook d1, rook d2 looks clean.
2 months of making me feel like I need
And then
to
you
be
go
better
here, and then
at
you eat the
chess.
juicer. 1 minute left, so let's try to get to 50. I think you just check and takes. That's good. You have check. Check takes. That's good. Okay, now this one is obviously queen h4. That's good. You have knight d4, knight b4. I think it's knight b4, and now you go check and rook b8. Now you take the juicer. You have queen h4, queen e4 here. And then I think you just take, and then you just castle, and then you take. That's good. You have rook d2. Interview start early. It didn't start early, but very funny. Okay, let's get one more right. Rook c2 is a move. What's the idea here? I'm a little confused. I think you just...
What was it like being paired against each other? Ludwig, maybe you first.
I want to play Charlie in one match and one match only. That's the finals. Everything else, I don't care to play him. More of a lover than a fighter against him. But you know, I also did not want to play El Duito, so I definitely wanted to win this one for that reason.
And what about you, Charlie?
Oh, well, you called us friends, and now I can't shit talk because you've made it more wholesome than I expected it to be. I didn't want to play Ludwig because I thought he was the strongest player here. And he absolutely slapped me in the last 2 games, so I felt a full fury from Lud.
Well, to make you feel a little bit better, Charlie, we have this first game where you beat him pulled up, and this was a fun game.
Dude,
it was
how
very
the fuck were you
double-edged.
ready for the goddamn Scandinavian?
I practiced for the Scandinavian, but you didn't play it the way I expected, so I kind of just went off instinct there. Raw, primal
Did you know I was
gamer
gonna do
senses.
this? Did you know I was gonna do the Scandi?
No, fuck no. I had no idea.
Oh god, yeah, you crushed it. I was like, yeah, he's gonna have no clue what to do, and you're just making every correct move. And then I forgot, even though I prepared the line halfway through, and I felt like you still knew what you were doing.
I just had plans that didn't work out, and then I got lucky, is really what happened there.
Yeah, and you guys are showing this sack that I did, which I think was dumb.
It was good. It was good. I was objectively speaking really good, especially in a blitz game.
Wait, Nemo, it says 130 white here. And I was the
Okay,
black
but
side.
the engine is not everything, you know? It's not always about what the engine says. Sometimes it's about how easy it is to play the position after you make that move.
What Nemo is saying is that for your rating, it's fine. Even if it's down for the
She's
highest
talking
level.
down to you is what's happening,
Yeah.
Ludwig. For you troglodyte, it's okay.
Alex!
A plebeian in this world. I can sure. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Appreciate that support.
Don't shoot the translator, please. But we do want to bring one point that was super critical in this match. And I love how Critical was trying to come back with some very scary plays. And he did end up tricking you on move 21.
Yeah.
When you played b6. So if you would have taken the bishop on f3 here, you had this crazy plan where after knight e6, you bring your rook to d5 with the idea of rook. Well, I guess you can't do it right away, but after you kick out his knight and you are just going to be winning here.
So I saw that no universe, because I think what would end up happening is Charlie would have taken my knight, and then I thought it would just be an equal trade. And then apparently I'm supposed to pin his knight to his queen. And I don't think there's a universe where I would have seen that.
Well, we're going for checkmate here, right? Was
True.
that the plan? Yeah.
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 So you want me to rook lift?
Yeah. I want you to rook lift.
Okay, let's just back up a moment. I'm 1,000 rated. I don't rook lift. I occasionally push an
But you know what rook lift is.
Yeah, because pros do it. I'm just a shitter. What?
But you know it, so you can do it too.
No, you're more than that.
Oh,
You're better than that, Lud.
Charlie, stop. You rook lift, Charlie?
All the fucking time, man.
I never stop rook lifting. Yeah,
I mean,
I didn't know the exact attacking strategies, I think, with the Scandi, and I think the biggest hope was to throw him off with it and win in the opening, and that didn't super happen.
yeah, I mean, Critical just played the opening so well. And honestly, when we were looking at both of y'all's games and comparing it to PogChamps 1, you both made so much progress. And it is so awesome to see you guys going head to head for over a year now.
Yeah.
Wow, it's been that long.
Our courtship has been about as long as our rivalry.
It definitely has. And then the second game, I think Critical just played the opening a little bit too quickly where he ended up being down a knight. Can you talk to us a little bit about that, Charlie?
Yeah, I expected one thing, I didn't get it, and I guess I just kind of fell apart. I didn't see the trap on the knight there. I thought I was just supposed to centralize the knight. I didn't notice that he could just push that and trap it.
Got it.
That it all fell apart there. There was a winning position that I missed where I deliver a check and win the queen, but I also missed that one as well.
Yeah, we saw that as well on move 12. And I know Ludwig saw after when he was analyzing his game. Do you feel like you were already feeling that your position was really hard to play down a knight and maybe that's why you missed it?
Probably. I think I was just playing too fast because after that exchange, I just kind of immediately beelined on his queen thinking that it was lost.
Yeah, I think that's something that happens to a lot of people. But still, Ludwig played the game very clean. And then you guys got into the Armageddon. Did you guys have any flashbacks from the original Armageddon you played in PogChamps 1?
No, not at all. He was a lot better in this one.
Do you remember?
Yeah, I absolutely bent you over in the Armageddon.
No, but which color did you play? I mean,
it didn't matter. I don't remember. I just remember the outcome.
Oh no!
Thank you, Charlie. No, he did bend me over, and I was gonna add that I'm gonna double down on Rain's point that Armageddon is absolutely fucked for the black side. I can't remember which one I played, but having the extra minute is like I feel like it's everything.
That was pretty fucking tough to play. You found a huge pin when I was trying to play fast, and it was game over from there.
Yeah, let me try to pull up the Armageddon game. Honestly, I mean, Charlie, you had a really tough time because you can't think with a minute less in the kind of position that is never going to end up in a draw, so you're never going to get the draw odds.
Yeah,
I'm just playing a little bit through it. Charlie, was there any point in this game where you felt like you had a chance to come back, or was it just tough from the start?
The second my queen got pinned, I thought it was pretty much over.
It was a really tough pin to get out of here. I think if you would have not fallen for the rook c1 queen trap, you would have had a chance. So when Ludwig pushed b4, this was a moment where you could have taken it and it was a free pawn and then you could have tried to win the knight. But again, you were so low on time. I don't think you gave yourself the time to think.
Yeah, I took that pawn way too late.
Yeah, well, look, on the bright side, you made Ludwig blush when you reminded him of the first PogChamps. He has recovered. You guys are still friends. What are you looking forward to in the championship bracket?
I don't even know who I play. Apparently you play Dwight, so I mean,
I
good
play
luck.
Logic, you'll play Rain.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, Christ. All right.
I think I'm on Benji's side and you're on Sardosh's side. And then XQC is also somewhere mixed in, but he has to play Sardosh first, so we'll see about that.
Okay.
Well, it'll be very poetic if you guys, claw your way through all these heavy opponents only to meet for the final championship match. I think both of your fans would be really excited to see that.
My dream? We both meet in the finals.
Yeah, that'd be so nice.
Hunger Games style. We both eat the blueberries. We don't finish out the game. It's a draw. We're both winners. We leave hand in hand. PogChamps never has another tournament.
It's charity after all. That could be huge.
Yeah, it's charity. What are they going to do, Charlie, if we just play 0 moves?
Oh, I don't know. Man, those chess snobs would lose their fucking mind in the chat.
Yeah. It's their fault, all right? They did a game that you can tie in. That's the problem with chess. That's why this Armageddon shit exists.
Yeah.
Chess.com listening right now thinking, how are we going to stop these two from accomplishing that?
You can't stop us. You can only hope to contain us.
Yeah, you're going to have to boost Sardosh with like the limitless drug so they can attempt to beat Charlie and me.
Yeah, that's what they'll have to do.
Well, I love how supportive you two are of each other and also just how close and head to head you've been for so long. Thank you so much, Charlie and Ludwig, for coming on for the interview. Well played by both. And I'm hoping both of you are able to somehow meet and eat the berries together at the end. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank
Have a
you.
good one.
Good luck.
Thank you. See you.
Bye.
All right, you guys. Well, here we have the brackets. So as mentioned, Moist Critical is going to be playing Rain Wilson. Benji Fishy is going to be playing against Daniel Negranu. XQC is going to be playing against Sardosh. Ludwig is going to be playing against Logic. The championship bracket has so many fast improving players, experienced players. Nemo, which one of those 4 matches are you most excited to see?
Oh my God, you're asking the hard questions. I mean, quite honestly, I think one of the only people I've actually coached for this PogChamps is Sardosh. So he will be the one I will be probably following the closest.
That makes a lot of sense. And in the consolation bracket, we have Nico versus Rubius, Tubbo versus CodeMiko, Pokimane versus Myth, Mr. Beast versus Michelle Khare. What about in this bracket, Nemo? Which one are you most excited for?
Oh man, asking difficult questions again. I mean, there's going to be exciting games throughout all of them. I feel like in the consolation bracket, we have many more kind of evenly matched players who are a bit more new. So honestly, I'll flip that question on you. Who are you most excited to watch?
Well, I guess I would want to see whoever I think is the closest. And Nico and Rubius are pretty close. Rubius had, that really tough game against Pokimane. Nico has been playing 200 points higher than her level. So I think that's going to be a ton of fun. They're both also speaking Spanish, so they have a ton of trends going on. I think it'll be a fun audience that they're going to be engaging for the consolation bracket. Well, you guys, we are going to be taking another ad break, I believe. Oh, no, that's it. Sorry, we're not taking an ad break. I just didn't want it to be over. It's been so fun being able to do commentary with you today, Nemo, and with everybody in the chat who stayed tuned for the chess. Shout out again to GRIP6 for helping bring this event together, and guayaki, which is just the delicious drink that I bought because it tastes really good. I'm drinking Enlightened Mint today. Nemo, do you got any closing remarks?
No, I just hope that everybody enjoyed today's commentary. Thank you to Alex, and thank you to everybody who did watch today. And I hope you guys stay tuned for all of the exciting playoff games that are going to happen.
Yep. And I just wanted to do one last shout out. Thank you so much to all the content creators who are putting themselves out here and trying to play chess. I know it is very difficult. There's a lot of people watching. It is a tough game. So make sure if you see the coaches, the players, Chess.com for organizing this, to show them your love. And with that, we're off. Thanks so much, everyone.
This is only the beginning. Warning.
Let's go.